Brian Callahan has his hand up.
I assume for public comment. We need Barry, right?
Right. I don't see him in attendees.
Yeah, here he is. He just joined.
And Joe?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, we just need Joe. That's- Give him a couple minutes. Brian Callahan, if you can hear us, if you need to talk now, why don't you take your hand down and put it up again? Send us a sign. Otherwise, I'll just assume you're signing up. No, you do want to talk now. Okay. All right, hold on just a second. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I'm sorry. I was saying it's just public comment.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can wait.
All right.
Do you want me to raise my hand anyway so it's in the list there?
No. Yeah, please, everyone. We haven't started yet, but I'll give the ground rules.
Hey, Jim, your camera needs to come down a little bit.
All right.
Thank you.
As
So,
does Richard.
Okay, let's call the roll, please.
The roll for the meeting of September 29th, 2020. Councilor McCauley.
Here.
Councilor Connell.
Present?
Councilor Shan.
Present.
Councilor Tontar.
Present.
Councilor Vogel.
Present.
Councilor Wallace.
Here.
Councilor Zede.
Here.
Councilor Devlin.
Here.
Councilor Khan.
Present.
Councilor Lane.
Here.
Council President Eigenman.
Here.
We have 11 present. We have more than a quorum.
Fantastic. Do we have any late filed items?
We have 3 late file items. I sent them around by email around 4 o'clock. There are 3 communications. 264 is a letter from Colleen Turner. Letter 265 is from Sean Ridden, and letter 266 is from the school committee, the mayor, and committeeman Menon, etc., with the exception of Sean Ridden.
What's the will of the council? There a
Motion to waive the rules and accept the late files.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so those will be put under communications in the regular agenda. That's item 12. Okay, now we turn to public comment. Let me give the ground rules. There are 7 people so far who have raised their hands. So anybody who wishes to speak on any item on our agenda. So it just has to be on the agenda somewhere. And the agenda tonight is 4 pages. under our rules, you each get 2 minutes. So depending on how many people raise their hands, the council could shorten the time, but it would take a 2/3 majority vote, supermajority vote to do that. Okay, so in this time I've been rambling. It looks like we have 12 people so far, 13 people. You each get 2 minutes. Please give your name when I call on you and your home address, so your residence, your legal domicile. And this is all being recorded. Also, we got a long agenda ahead of us. If you've written comments, I can assure you they've been read. Also, if you really just want to repeat what someone else said, you can just say, I agree with Mr. X or Ms. Y, and that saves time too. So I'm going to do it in the order it appears, and the first person is Jay Iannini.
Good evening, everyone. You all look fabulous tonight. Good to see everyone on camera. Miss your smiling faces in person. I just wanted to come out and support the schools and support getting a budget passed in support of those schools. This has been a very trying time, and I appreciate that parents are heated over different ways of coming back, different methods. We all hope to be back in school soon. I can tell you that my son's a senior, and I'd like nothing more than to be back on campus. But I also want to make sure that government functions properly and that we move things forward. So I just encourage all of you to act on the budget, and let's move things forward and get the teachers and the administrators and the students the financial support that they need in order to finish up the school year and hopefully move through all this. So thank you all for your time. I really appreciate all that you're putting in.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bruce Menon.
Thank you. You have received a more extensive reopening plan. You have our metrics. Those metrics are consistent with hybrids across the state, and they comply with current guidelines. You are well aware that we've had at least 3 cases of COVID positivity since we have opened school. And despite that, teachers are where they want to be in the classroom, and we are bringing kids into the classroom. I would ask you to support the full budget as it has been presented to you.
Thank you. Just for the record, though, could we get your home address? I should have asked.
Oh, I'm sorry. 148 High Street, Apartment 2.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Menon. Next up is Brian Callahan.
Hello, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
please go ahead. Just
All right,
don't forget
hello,
your
hi.
address.
Yep, Brian Callahan, 29 Warren Street, also a member of the school committee, though as always, I am representing myself as a single member. I'm not representing the entire body. First off, I voted in favor of our budget back on August 3rd because I believe the superintendent knows what he's doing, and we were all very aware of the so-called 3 versions of school, even though we didn't see the finite details that we've now since seen. But I'm confident that the budget we'd given to the council for approval is going to fulfill all the needs that we have, regardless of how the kids end up in school over the coming months, back and forth, remote, hybrid, what have you. I do want to say for the record, and I've said this dozens of times, the superintendent is well aware, the school committee is well aware, most of you are well aware that just because someone votes for a budget doesn't mean they don't want more. We're fairly restricted in what we're allowed to deliberate on in the budget. We were presented with a percentage of increase from the previous year. And, you don't get everything you want in a vote or in a budget all the time. So I voted for it because I trust Sean and what he knows and what he thinks he needs. But yeah, if, I'm supportive of the acts of 1987 in the meeting previously. So everybody out there knows that while I am saying I support Sean Gallagher, there is always room to have more money. So if that money was ever somehow allowed to be given to the schools, I would most certainly support that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not sure, got your address, Brian.
29 Warren Street.
Okay, and just so people don't feel picked on, this comes up when we get written comments too. When we don't get the address, it's hard to figure out if people are residents or not and so on. Next person is Josh Baumfeld.
Hi, it's Josh Baumfeld, 75 High Street. I'm asking you to vote no on the budget tonight because we need more money for the schools. The teachers and students need more support. The only pathway to get key players back to the table is by voting no tonight. Despite false claims that we want to defund the schools, it's quite the opposite. We're asking for more money. As is intimated in the document sent by the district to DC that the city up until last night did not release to the public, the superintendent clearly states that we cannot go back to full in-person school because of space limitations and the need for more staff that is not accounted for in the local budget. Further, the plan to deal with the majority of our special needs children is to support them remotely when they're not in school and to provide training to parents. That is unacceptable. How are we going to assess for and deal with all of the kids that could previously access the curriculum at school with traditional resources, but now cannot in a remote setting? How many more kids have become special needs in the remote setting? The school has an obligation under law to these children, but the schools do not have the resources to provide it. Finally, engineering and testing is our way forward. Vaccines and therapeutics may not be a panacea. If, as suggested by the superintendent, that we need more space and better ways to navigate the halls, the lunchrooms, and a way to overcome our space limitations to abide by 3-foot distancing, then we need new space and likely new buildings, which should be reflected in a budget. We need money for daily testing as newer and cheaper antigen-based tests become available. None of this is in the budget, which means we may never go back to school fully. And if we remain hybrid or remote, we still need additional resources for that pathway, or the neediest children will suffer the most and it may be unrecoverable. As you know, this process has lacked transparency. The district did not work with the school committee on these plans as suggested by DC. The union negotiations and task force meetings were in secret and without public record, which has led to an inequity of access to our children, and that the teachers' children can attend all of the in-person days available, while the rest of us are not afforded the same option. Please vote no tonight so we can have an open and honest process to increase the school budget and get our teachers and staff what they need to safely provide full access to the curriculum for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for staying on time too. Next is Arissa Ibrahim.
Hello, my name is Arissa Ibrahim and I live at 85 Prospect Street. I'm here to speak in support of the money being set aside for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Alliance that is noted in the budget tonight. I was born at Anna Jakes Hospital and spent kindergarten through 8th grade at the Brown, Bresnahan, Mullen, and Knock. From the moment I started riding the bus, I was teased for being brown. At the Bresnahan, I was also singled out for not celebrating Christmas. I specifically remember when kids went around to each of us to answer the question if we believe in Santa or not. I had to pretend that I did so I wouldn't stand out from the others. At the Mullen, I was told by another student that brown people are not good at anything when I was frustrating others due to my non-athletic abilities. I didn't tell anybody because I thought what was happening to me was just normal bullying. These kids were not educated and were told that what they were doing was not wrong. But now that I understand, it just hurts more that I normalize the racism and hate inflicted on me. It didn't help that I was in middle school during the 2016 election when being Muslim was just another mark against me. Outside of the school, someone had made the comment that all Muslims were bad and that my dad was a terrorist. It wasn't until my classmate was called the N-word on State Street that I realized this is a bigger issue than just school kids being mean. It's a community issue, which is why I am speaking up now. My sister, who was a 6th grader that I love so much at the Knock, has already been called the N-word at the Mullen and has been and was told to go back to her country at a kid during lunch. Racism isn't rare. So many kids have gone through the same thing, and in many cases worse. I'm speaking on behalf of all the BIPOC kids out there. I don't know why race, religion, and culture divide us. It should join us together. It hurts so bad and it causes so much pain. And I'd really like to I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Arissa.
Thank you.
Next is Lynn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Name. Don't forget your address.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Lynn Scow, 75 High Street. I guess I'd like to start off by acknowledging Arissa's comments and saying that I'm supportive of those comments. And I'd like to continue on to say for the last 2 months, I've attended virtual school committee and city council meetings to ask the question of what will it take to open our city schools to full in-person learning. Given the healthy status of our city and state over the summer and the designation of Massachusetts as one of the safest school reopening states by Johns Hopkins University, the question of what metrics will be used to determine a safe reopening is a natural one. Further, the question of if we can't reopen safely now, how much money will we need to spend to reopen in person? What will it be that what are the teachers asking for that we don't have? Follows the question. At the last budget hearing, I asked that the City Council reject the city budget, given that we had not been offered a reopening plan details of metrics and costs, and how can we allocate our city funds without knowing what the cost of reopening in person will be. It gives me a chuckle to see an effort to obtain more school funding as portrayed as defunding the schools by some who have not attended these meetings. Finally, yesterday, the mayor released the district's submission to the state in August, which we've been asking for months, and an in-person reopening plan. I'm grateful that this has finally come along. Sadly, the bottom line is that even if Newburyport and Essex County had 0 cases for the next 6 months, there is no plan to fully reopen the schools, possibly for years to full in-person learning. Between the plan submitted to the state and yesterday's plan, the district has stated that we don't have the money allocated for the buses, we don't have enough teachers, and we don't have enough space to have full in-person learning. There's no request for money for testing. Testing is not part of our reopening plan, which is what has been used from many private schools for their reopening plans. Not only does the non-opening plan not request money to meet any of the state metrics, it adds its own condition that there won't be full in-person learning in Newburyport exceeding 50% of our
Please wrap
students
up.
until there is a widely disseminated vaccine in place. While I'm thankful that we can finally have a transparent discussion about the plan, I must tell you that we can do better. And I urge you to vote no on the city budget until we have a real plan for reopening that provides children's teachers and our city with a safe return for the school year.
Okay, thank you. Joan Sheehan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Joan Sheehan. I am a resident at 66 Longfellow Drive here in Newburyport. I'm also the president of Newburyport Teachers Association. I just wanted to let people know, everyone know, that since the beginning of the pandemic, the NTA has worked closely with the district to reopen the schools safely for students and staff. We have since early summer worked with the district to create a plan that brings students and teachers back in person in the safest way. We have that plan. We have the guidelines for continuing to bring students back safely as quickly as possible. Let it be known, there is nothing we would like more than to have our students in front of us. But in order to do that, we have to do it safely and cautiously. We fully support the district reopening plan, and even though 2 high school staff have tested positive for COVID since the teachers have returned, we believe the approved plan is still the safest one for students and staff. We believe that the health protocols created and the logistical planning the district has done are the best we can do to mitigate a surge at each school, something that we have already seen work effectively at the high school. Despite a statewide conversation across all districts about opening full remote, the Newburyport Teachers Association has always supported and worked collaboratively with the superintendent towards getting our students and staff back into classrooms safely. That is our goal. Please know that. The disruption to the lives of students, their families, and staff and their families that will happen on October 1st if you refuse to fund the school budget is unimaginable and irresponsible. The loss of federal and state funding that will happen on October 1st at the direction of the City Council will hurt all students.
Please wrap up.
Will do. I'm simply asking members of the City Council at this time to pass the budget so that we can continue doing what we do best, and that is educating the youth of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Kane. Mr. Kane, I think you're.
Hi, I had to unmute myself. Yeah, my name is Matthew Kane. I live at 63 Curzon Mill Road. And tonight I want to say that I agree with Josh had to say and Lynn had to say. Even the last speaker a little bit, I agree with her a little bit. I'm asking the city tonight, though, to vote against the budget because it doesn't include enough measures or metrics to allow for more in-person learning, right? Again, I've said this a couple times. Right now, our high school kids have 12 days of school between now and Christmas. We have many great teachers in Newburyport, and we need to support their ability to teach. So the question anyone would ask is, what do you need? Several school committee members have asked this ad nauseum. Without getting into it, they've gotten few answers, right? Listen, I'll shorten this. I don't have all the answers, but I'm only asking the question because nobody seems to is able to answer it. I'm concerned about my daughter's ability to go to school in Newburyport Public for the next 3 years, right? This isn't just now or this year, it's the next 3 years. Today, the mayor in Leominster declared a public health emergency not because of COVID, but because he recognized the huge risk to kids being out of school and wants to fight for them, right? A mayor that wants to fight for the kids. So I have one other thing to say, which is today, if you read the paper or if you received a copy of the email that the mayor had sent last night with a new plan, it stated that a small majority of residents are working to defund schools. Emails were sent by teachers and administrators that said, if you don't pass it, they're gonna stop paying us. This is a 100% false narrative the mayor has propagated and blatantly lied about to scare teachers and administration into thinking that I'm part of some group of parents that wants to, in the mayor's words, not mine, defund schools. And I just want to tell you that this is politics at its worst. It's gross, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Now, I often tell my daughter, if you say you can't, you're right. And I'm sick of hearing that at our school committee meetings and the meetings
wrap up.
to get our kids back in school. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next is Renee Ames.
Hello, I'm Renee Ames. I live at 17 Forester Street in Newburyport. I am a parent of 2 children in our school system. I'm also a teacher in our school system. I'm asking the counselors tonight to do the reasonable thing, which is to support the school budget. The return to school for students should be decided by the health advisors that we have in our task force, plus teachers and administrators. It is important that we proceed slowly so that we do not increase the amount of COVID cases that we have in our schools. We went from a white zone to a yellow zone recently. We have several cases of COVID in our school. I want nothing more than to be back at school. I want to be in school and I want my class to be with me. But if we rush and go unsafely, then all of us are going to be remote for a longer period of time. I really think that the council needs to do the right thing, support the budget, and let us work in a safe and careful way to get all kids back. This is what teachers want. Teachers want to be in school and we want kids there, but we want it to be done safely. In the end, that's better for all of the kids and family of Newburyport, because fluctuating back and forth between hybrid, then all remote, then all in, then hybrid, then remote, that is going to be incredibly challenging to manage as families and incredibly challenged in a teaching environment. So I urge you to pass the budget so that we can proceed and do the best that we can in these unbelievable situations.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Nikotich. No, I hit the wrong button. How about now?
Okay, I think I'm on.
You're on.
Thank you. Stephanie Nikotich, 93 High Street. On the budget, this is the second city council hearing which has been dominated by the school question, and I understand. My husband and I raised 2 children in the school system here successfully, but not under these conditions. However, we are already paying most of our tax dollars on the schools. And I have heard some parents ask that we spend more money. I think I might, I hope I'm not, but maybe I am the only speaker speaking for the public at large, all of us who pay for this. And we are facing another tax increase, even at this budget. And this budget includes just no question salary increases for staff. No question, even though this is an emergency. And everyone is affected, including all of the residents who pay the taxes, who might be unemployed right now, who are also suffering. And so I think, I hope that you have received much written comment from other people who represent this category of taxpayer. We are just the taxpayers. We have to pay for this somehow. And the budget does not reflect a sense of shared responsibility for keeping things stable in this community, all of it.
Please wrap up.
Thank you. Just one more thing in support of the Kim Widmer preservation restriction. It's a remarkable thing for the city, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dylan Peacock.
Hi, my name is Dylan Peacock. I live at 209 Congress Avenue in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm the Senior Preservation Services Manager at Historic New England, which operates across the 6 New England states and is the oldest, largest, and most comprehensive regional heritage organization in the nation. I'm speaking today in regards to Agenda Item 13, the preservation restrictions at 272 High Street. The Emery House, constructed in 1797, is historically significant. We've negotiated a private legal agreement with the owner to protect this property. The owner, the Newburyport Historical Commission, and the Massachusetts Historical Commission are all supportive of the agreement. We just need approval of the City Council and the Mayor for it to be a perpetual agreement. Otherwise, we would need to re-record it every 30 years. Doing so imposes no requirements on the town regarding enforcement of the terms. It's just a really great gift that the owner is providing to future generations by protecting this special historic property from insensitive alteration, demolition, or neglect. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, well, first, for people that have joined the meeting late, in order for me to call on you during public comment, you need to raise your hand electronically. Otherwise, I have no way of knowing that to call on you. And you get 2 minutes. And give your name and home address. Next is Juliet Walker.
Good evening, council members. Juliet Walker, I'm on 13 Eagle Street. I'm here tonight to support our schools. I should mention that I have 2 kids in the public school system, one in middle school and one at the high school. And I'm urging you to pass the budget as presented tonight. Our teachers, our students, our administrative staff deserve to be working and learning in a safe environment, and public health should never be placed secondary to educational standards. Furthermore, healthy and quality schools are integral to a healthy and strong economy, and vice versa. And if we reopen prematurely, we are putting our whole community at risk of shutdown, complete shutdown, and that has serious economic consequences. And I know that you as a council have to look more globally than just one single issue. I think the previous caller mentioned the fact that there are other issues that you have to balance when making these decisions. I am absolutely a supporter of funding the schools, but I also understand that in tough economic times, we need to make a balance. And I think the school administration has considered that in putting forward this budget today. As it is now, we are managing to keep educating our kids while also giving them the opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities. We are providing support for kids who need extra help. I know we can always do more in that area, but I think we are doing a good balance of that. I do not want to risk going backwards simply because we were too quick to reopen fully. So I support the school transition plans as presented. I do not support going fully remote until we're ready to do so, and particularly under duress. And I trust you as counselors understand your role here and will pass the budget tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Groskin. Oh, hold on. Ms. Groskin? You can go ahead,
Hello.
Ms. Groskin.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Groskin, and thank you for letting me share my thoughts. I'm a parent of 2 students at the Bresnahan, and I'm a teacher at the Knock Middle School, and I wanted to add my voice of support for passing the budget. I'm a teacher, and as you know, as many of you know, this is challenging beyond our norms. I've been working all summer with many of my colleagues and will continue to work all year long on adaptable curriculum for all circumstances. This is a challenge, and I do not think it is time for us to plan in-person return to school at this point. Every day, my children and I return to classrooms that hold students 6 feet apart, wearing masks, observing all the state dictated guides for how and when they move, sanitize, and interact with their peers and colleagues. And within all of that, it is so joyous to be back in the classroom. And I am so grateful to have time with my students and share time with them both remotely and in person. But these guides are the underpinning to make sure that we do not spread COVID. And we really don't know if they're working yet or if they're going to be working under the current conditions. And we can only hope that they're effective. We've been in school for just under 10 days, and we already have an active case, and 10 of my colleagues, people I work with and care about, are now in quarantine and are not returning to the building. And we have students who are also in that situation. Even with our safety protocols, we do not yet know if the incident rate will increase as students continue to be in our building. We don't know how and if the virus will spread. We do know that our students are spread out in every single space of the building, and I do mean every single space of the building, to ensure appropriate social distancing. Every imaginable space in our building is being used to hold classes, and students even use spaces outside. But we do know that winter and cooler months are coming soon, which tend to cause an increase in viruses and flu cases. We don't have any data about how we're doing at this point. And I think we're just learning now in this very moment
Please wrap up.
if we can use our pods as a way to contact trace. And I would love to see everybody back in school. I really would. I love being with them. But I do not think we are ready to do this. And I hope you will pass the budget as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. I had to promote because it was an old version of the software. Just a second. Susan Aquaviva is next. I think you're self-muted. You should be able to talk, Susan. Susan?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, whoa.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, this is
Go ahead.
Susan Aquaviva. I live at 62 Bromfield Street here in Newburyport. And I wanted to express my strong support of having the City Council pass the school budget tonight. The school committee worked incredibly hard to put forth a well thought out budget for our school district. And I would ask that the City Council trust the expertise of the school committee. I would also ask that you please trust the school administration's plan for our children to re-enter our schools on a full-time basis. I want to thank Sean Gallagher and Andy Wolf for their hard work and dedication to the students and families here in Newburyport. They honestly have been truly an anchor and an asset to our city during these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Elwell.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
John Elwell. I live at 266 High Street. I was in the education field for many, many years, being a high school principal for 21 of those years. And 2 of them, I'm pleased to say, at Newburyport High School. I became a Clipper right away. I encourage the City Council to act responsibly and pass the school budget in full tonight. You can always make changes down the road if more money is needed. Our teachers and administrators are risking the virus on a daily basis as they work tirelessly to meet the needs of our students in the best way possible during these enormously stressful times. Kudos to our teachers and administrators. At the current hybrid level, Newburyport is already in the yellow in the governor's COVID map. And just today, as has been repeated, 10 staff members at one school now have to be quarantined for the next 14 days after exposure to one positive student. 6-foot physical distancing and well-ventilated spaces with masking is the only way to mitigate the spread until the virus is contained. The community has an ethical and legal obligation to manage the virus spread, or else the city could also be dealing with additional legal fees for malfeasance. Please, we need you to pull together, be flexible, and pass this budget. We can always adjust down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jody Tamayoshi. Just a second.
Hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, I am Jody Tamayoshi. I'm at 52 Forester Street. I support the amazing Joan Sheehan and all of the other teachers who have spoken tonight, as well as Jay Iannini, Brian Callahan, and Bruce Menon. Please pass this budget. Our administrators and teachers have been working so hard to make this a workable situation. And my son is a senior. He's missing his football season, and yet I fully support the model that the commission has agreed to. So please pass this budget, and please trust the administration and the commission and their recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is LT5 user. LT5 user. Who is LT5 user? Any takers? All right, we're moving on. Paul Aquaviva. Paul, yeah, you're self-muted.
Here we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Paul Aquaviva, 62 Bromfield Street, husband of Susan, and 4 kids that have all been through the school system. First of all, I want to fully support Arissa, who was on earlier, and I am deeply sorry that she has and others have gone through that kind of experience, and I would love to do anything I can to support her, and I appreciate her bravery coming on tonight. Relative to the budget, I'm in favor of passing the budget. I do also agree that we need to take special care of our kids, particularly the special needs kids, and I hope that that discussion continues with the school administration on how we can maybe do more with those kids. But the responsibility of crafting a safe reopening plan does lie with the school committee and the school administration. The situation is very dynamic, as was pointed out in many ways tonight, and the schools should be given the latitude to make the right calls, and it's going to continue to change as we go through this, especially in the winter. Please let the administration focus on doing their job without distraction. I would ask you to pass the budget. Also, if the council really has an appetite for a large increase in the budget, it might be worth messaging that over to the school committee and the administration, because if there is such an appetite, that might open their thinking. But I think they've acted responsibly to try to do the best they can within a reasonable budget. And so please support them and pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Elizabeth Goulot.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Goulot. I live at 9 Marquand Lane in Newburyport. I also want to give kudos to Arissa and how eloquently she spoke tonight. And I also support the budget entry for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. I do also want to speak in support of our educators and our administrators and our school committee. I think that we need to trust them, that they are following the science. They are going slowly and carefully, as well they should. We still do not have enough information about what will happen with this virus. Many adults are still working from home while we are asking our teachers to go back into the schools and teach our kids. I'm a nurse. I have worked with COVID patients. I have, from the beginning of this, I understand the stress of being in quarantine. And I think that we need to understand that our teachers are doing enough. I also am well aware of the mental, physical, and fiscal health issues that come along with this, as well as the educational aspects. And from what I can see, I think that our administrators, our schools are doing a fabulous job. And I know that they want to get back fully in person, and we will hopefully get there when it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the list. Christian Kajar. Sorry if I mangled that.
Hi there, my name is Christian Kerr. I'm a student at NHS, a senior, and I'm also a part of an organization called Students for a Safe Back to School, directly relating to NHS's reopening plan. I unfortunately was not aware that this meeting was happening tonight, so I didn't really plan anything specifically to say, but I do want to say that I definitely see the value in passing the budget. I think it's absurd that we would wait on the budget until we were fully remote. I think it's important not to rush. We know that we have had COVID cases in the school just from faculty being there. Students don't go in until October 2nd for the actual hybrid program. I think we should follow what the administration has put. It's just ridiculous that we would wait on that. Teachers are doing a great job. This is such a hard time for everyone, and our teachers are doing the hardest they can do to make sure that we have a good time themselves. Everything is safe. It's so important we pass the budget tonight. That's all I have to say. I didn't plan anything. I apologize that was messy, but I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank everyone who came out tonight as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was distracted by mispronouncing your last name. Did you give your street address?
Yes, I'm at 19 Francis Drive, Newburyport.
Okay, yes, thank you. Sorry, I spaced on that. Next would be Trish Boateng.
Good evening, council members. My name is Trish Boateng. I live at 18 Merrill Street, and I'm a parent to third grader Amelia, who's participating in the Remote Learning Academy. First, I just want to say great job, Larissa. Thank you for your bravery and for your vulnerability and openness to educate others. Your voice will help make change for others falling behind you, including my girls, Amelia and Nora. I want to ask the City Council to support our schools and vote in favor of the school budget as presented. I'm concerned that the City Council is being asked by a very small but vocal group in our community to delay approving the school district's budget until their demands for a plan to return to full in-person learning is met. The City Council should not hold the school district's budget hostage in an attempt to persuade our school district to implement a full in-person back-to-school plan that is not supported by the recommendations of experts and school and city leaders. Failure to pass the school budget would negatively impact an entire community of teachers, parents, and children. The community needs the support of the City Council to move this process forward. I know that many parents are eager to get their kids back to a full return to school, but I believe that there are many, many more of us that trust the careful decision process that puts the health and safety of students and school staff first and foremost. Our children and staff have only been back to school for 10 days. This is an experiment in which we don't yet have data for. The City Council should not cave to pressure to intervene by delaying the approval of the school budget. We have highly educated, experienced, competent professionals in our schools and serving on our school committee. Please vote to approve the school budget. Please leave the creation and implementation of a safe back-to-school plan to the very capable superintendent and school committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkheiser. How about now? I think you're self-muted. There you go.
There you go. Good evening, everybody. My name is David Hawkheiser. I live at 2 Forrester Street in Newburyport. I'm a parent of an 8th grader and a 10th grader. I am also on the school committee and am speaking for myself tonight. The question in front of you is whether or not passing the school's budget is the best path towards getting what each of you wants. In general, I hear that you want clarity, transparency, and rational thinking regarding our public body's processes and the education of our students. Recently, the school committee has been able to push on initial plans to bring students in earlier and more often than was originally proposed. After asking it of the superintendent, we also have a plan to bring back more students if it's safe, starting in November. I intend to continue to push on and ask for the transparency and clarity and services that I know we all want. And I also believe that my colleagues will do the same as they feel appropriate. I urge you to think about whether or not you want to work with the school committee and the district, or have the district begin to work directly for you to get the budget approved, even though things may not play out the way any of us singly wants. The superintendent will be working to help teachers reach the top of their work, and they will work with families and all specialized staff to make sure all students are getting what they need. But this is only the second or third week of school. I know it feels like schools have had a long time to perfect what they're now being asked to do, but I can speak from a lot of angles and tell you that it's gradually going to improve. It's not going to be perfect all at once, whether we like it that way or not. I don't at all believe that denying the budget tonight is going to create these new opportunities that everyone's looking for. And I hope you agree with me and keep focused on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jane Snow.
Good evening, Jane Snow, 9 Coffin Street. First of all, I want to thank all of you for all the time and effort that you put into the budget. And I do support the teachers. I know this is a very difficult time for them. I have neighborhood children and I can see how it affects them, and it does affect everybody. I believe Superintendent Gallagher when he says that he has enough in the budget and that the schools have what they need to start. And so I would like that to move forward. I did see on tonight's news, though, that we are talking about the stress of all first responders. And I had mentioned earlier that I am very concerned about our fire, our DPS, and the police. All have been basically level funded. And that means that there's been 1 police officer not rehired. I think it was 3 DPS, and the fire has a huge amount of overtime because they're understaffed. And the conditions in the fire station really need attention. So I know that's a lot on your plate, but again, it's another set of people that are out there on the front lines and they're working. And I think we need to open that up and help them also, because they cannot teach from home or they cannot teach from their office. They're out with the people every day. And the last thing I want to say is I'm a little surprised. I had not heard that we had had any cases of COVID in the schools. And I wish that that had been made more public knowledge, because I think we can all have empathy with that and understand it better when that information comes out to all residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Boyd Hancock. I have to promote her to a panelist because her software is antiquated. Hold on. Ms. Hancock, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Boyd Hancock from 4 Tilton Street, and I'm also a teacher at the Newburyport Remote Learning Academy. Fully reopening is not a simple switch that we flip. There's a large group of fully remote learners who have chosen this option for a variety of reasons, many for health and safety reasons. What would a full reopening do to this cohort and the families of this cohort? Pressure them to move their students back, even though they're not comfortable or it is not safe for them? How further stigmatizing will it be for those students to be fully remote when they know their peers are no longer receiving any remote instruction? I urge you to consider all the families in Newburyport as you make this decision, and I fully support that you support the budget as presented today. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that I've seen some discussions about the 3-foot distance.
You cut out there. Are others hearing Ms. Hancock?
No.
Yeah, she's
Bare
frozen.
minimum level of safety to their children. Thank you.
Thank you. We lost you there for a while because of the internet connection. I want to be fair. The last 20 seconds we didn't hear.
Should I say it again?
Yeah, it last 20 seconds. Sure, please.
Okay. But I was talking about the 3-foot distance suggestion.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yep. That suggestion is the bare minimum suggested by DESE. And Newburyport is not a bare minimum community. I would wager the vast majority of families would be very unhappy to think the schools are providing just the bare minimum level of safety to their children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for bearing with us. Just a second. Press the buttons. Charles Grossman, member, please give your address as well.
Howdy, I'm Charlie Grossman. I live at 2 Cutting Drive, and I'm a junior at Newburyport High School. Tonight I'm hoping to give you guys some insight into what the high school experience is really like. But before I do that, can I just see a smile on everyone's face? I know this is hard right now, but I just all got a smile. Anyway, foremost, please approve the budget. All of my teachers and all of my classes are working so hard right now, and I am getting an excellent education right now. Furthermore, I'd like to thank Mr. Wolf and Mr. Gallagher and all of my teachers who I don't have time to name. If you guys could, I think advocating for special needs students, advocating for students with less financial means, and I think advocating for younger kids are 3 important things. Furthermore, I was in school today, and if you were to consider doing an in-school option, even though you might have rules are very hard to enforce. At least at the high school, the student body is very independent-minded, right? And it's just hard to maintain a 6-foot distance at all times. And I think you need to consider that when making your decisions and whatnot. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Hastings.
Hi, I'm Michelle Hastings. I'm at 37 Franklin Street. I'll be really brief, which for anyone who knows me is a rare occasion, so enjoy. I really can't say anything better than anybody else has said ahead of me. Trish, Renee, Juliet, John, Jen, and frankly, Charlie really just put into words exactly what we're all thinking. You know, we're trying to do the best we can for our kids right now. I have one in a remote program and I have one at the high school. Both options are really wonderful considering what we're going through. The reality is we don't know what's going to happen next week, let alone in December. And we're just all trying to get through the best we can and do the best we can for our children. Our teachers have worked so hard. Our administrators and our health advisors have worked so hard to do the best they can and make the best decisions for our children. And they deserve this funding to make sure that they can continue to do so. Please pass this budget. It is the right thing to do right now. And we can all continue to work hard to make sure our kids are well educated as we go forward.
Thank you. And then last up is Beth Plateau. Ms. Plateau, let's try you now. How about now? I think, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Beth Plateau. I live at 17 Plummer Avenue here in Newburyport, and I have one child at the Mullen. I'd first like to voice support of Arissa Ibrahim and the budget for the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. Arissa, thank you. You're an inspiration to me, to my daughter, to my family. I'd also like to ask that you counselors pass the budget as is. As a college professor teaching at an institution that has gone fully remote, I urge the city to be thoughtful about a complete in-person reopening. Educators, including myself, and I know the teachers here in Newburyport, would love to return to the days of teaching fully in person. Trust me, it is a lot easier. It is just so much better teaching in person, but only when it is safe to do so. So again, I urge you to pass the budget as is, and I thank all of the teachers and administrators. I know how hard the work is, And I also thank the students for doing the best you can in this current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's more. So next is Rick Hastings.
Hi, my name is Rick Hastings. I live at 37 Franklin Street. My wife, Michelle, just spoke. I'm a parent of 2 kids. I've got a boy who's 15 and a girl who's 10. And I'm also a teacher. I teach in Georgetown. So I have kind of a perspective from both sides. And having seen it from both sides, I think we need to make the best of a bad situation. I'm going to urge you to support the budget as proposed. Holding it up because there's a belief we can spend our way back to normal is misguided. It's not normal right now, and it's not going to be normal. And I can tell you from the firsthand experience of being within a school building, the situation is too fluid. The students, are a variable and a wild card kind of thrown in, and teachers are going to have to make kind of ground level decisions. As good as policy and protocols are, we're going to have to continually make our best decisions that we can, and that involves risk. So I would like to tell you that as much as we want to get our kids back to normal, a better and safer course of action is to let science dictate, not emotion, and to try to do it in a reasonable way that the medical community recommends. We are just starting to get good at remote learning. I'm going to tell you that every teacher and every student does better when there's consistency, not a plan that changes every 2 weeks. So if you really do care about the education of your kids, then you pick the most consistent and safe model and let the teachers get good at it and let the kids get good at it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sheila Spalding.
Hello, this is Sheila Spalding, 10 Fair Street. First, I'd like to thank Arissa for sharing her story. When we know better, we do better. So I thank you for your bravery and for trusting us with your story. And I would also like to encourage you to pass the budget for the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. But I am signed on tonight to encourage the City Council to support and pass the school budget as presented. I'm not going to repeat the sentiments of the many people who have spoken, but I did want to point out to people that there is information on the reopening plan on the school website if you go to it. Sean has created a new website, and it's in an effort to increase transparency. So if you're looking for the latest information, the latest plans, please go to the website and click on the reopening information link. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura Bentley.
Hi, this is Laura Bentley. I live at 121 Prospect Street, and I'm a parent of 3 girls in the NOC, and can definitely say I greatly appreciate the support that I've received for my kids. They're all on IEPs, and the teaching, the support has been incredible. Even in the springtime when people didn't have any warning of what was coming in terms of the remote learning. And it's obvious that what they've done, the work that was done over the summer to really put a strong plan in place is things are running much more smoothly with the reopening of school. It's been definitely impressive to see the just sort of the new processes that have been put in place. And from what I can hear from listening to everybody tonight, it seems that, obviously everyone agrees that, there's a strong need for a safe reopening of the schools. And we don't want to, we obviously don't want to rush the reopening, but the part I'm somewhat questioning and trying to understand better is with the reopening plan just being delivered, I can't quite see where it would make sense to pass the budget too quickly either. I would think that we would want to take a little bit more time to ensure that the reopening, that the budget itself is adequately accounting for a safe reopening, in the sense that if the plan was just released, we certainly would want to make sure we're cross-checking that with the budget to ensure that, you know, everything that's necessary for a safe reopening has really been addressed in the budget. I just find that in general, with huge and important decisions, if they're made too quickly, is sometimes when very important critical things can be overlooked. I'm not saying that
Please wrap up.
I know there was a lot put into the development of the reopening plan, and obviously a lot that goes into creating the budget. It just doesn't sound like there was a lot of time left for the two to be compared. So I am suggesting that it not be passed as is, that it just be more time being taken to assess it.
Thank you very much. Emily Sheehan.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Emily Sheehan, and I live at 1 Roston Hill Road in Newburyport, and I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 at the Bresnahan and 1 at the Mullen, and I'm also an educator in the Triton District. First, I'd like to ask the council to fund the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. I think this is an incredibly important thing for our young people. And I would also like to press you to all support the city budget as is, and to please vote for this to support our outstanding Newburyport educators who have been working tirelessly day in, day out, all summer, to hours that I think you can only understand if you're actually working on the city council or on the school committee, around the clock. And for this budget to not go through would be a real insult to their dedication. So I want to thank you all for your time, and thank all our teachers for their dedication to the students. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. We now go to the next rule in our rule book, which is mayor's comment. Let me reset the timer. Go to the mayor. Just a second. Please bear with me. Mayor Holliday, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good
Oh,
evening,
great. Thank you.
Good evening, counselors. I will be brief tonight. I know you have a long agenda ahead of you. A couple points in your packet that you received for this meeting, you have information about the quite a comprehensive packet regarding the wastewater treatment facility and the $1 million MVP grant. We need to move on the grant and the match of 25% with the 2 Mass Trails grants and the CPA funds in order to sign a contract with the state, and then we will work with you on the gap funding and the balance, and we will have staff available for when this is reviewed in committee. I am finally pleased to report that the LSP's light site professionals at the rail trail is cleaned up and the site is ready to be opened, and hopefully by the end of the week the fence will be down. We are starting to stockpile sand out on Plum Island to start the Super Sack project to protect Reservation Terrace. We are waiting until mid next week to actually bring the contractor in, because we are really limited by tide cycles. And I will keep you updated on how that process is going. 2 other points I just wanted to put out there. We still have money in our CBG grant, which was a $400,000 appropriation to support small eligible businesses for up to 10,000. Please go to the Amesbury website and you will see the forms there. We would really, or on our site too, on the website, you can get information there. We really want to disperse this funds. Same thing with the rental assistance program we have for people who are struggling paying their rent for the next 3 months. In terms of the budget before you tonight, it's hard to believe that it's been almost a year since we had that first joint meeting and what has changed in that process. It has been an incredible year with extenuating circumstances, and I thank you for your support of the continuing appropriation, which was important at that time because we had so little information about revenues and state funding. Fortunately, we did receive that. We were able to finish the budget through the next 9 months, and I'm proud to say that we're able to provide basic level of services, avoid layoffs, and we're not tapping into our reserve accounts to balance the budget this year. I think it's important to understand that the implications of not funding the school budget before September 30th tomorrow means that we have no funding for the schools. And you have the information from KP Law regarding some of the scenarios that will ensue as a result of not having a budget for the schools, and the list goes on and on. I fully support the work that we have done as a school committee and support of the superintendent, his leadership team, and moving forward, and please asking you to fund the school budget. I would also like to reiterate the fact that yes, we had 2 teachers at the high school and a student in one of our schools, and that resulted in the quarantine of 10 teachers and 5 students. If we did not have the type of plan in place, we could have had to shut down the entire school, which would have been Knock and Mullen. And I'm very, very pleased that this was just limited to essentially 15 combination of students and teachers. The other thing is that we have 4 active COVID cases in the city. That was new information that came through today. So we are in the midst of a pandemic, and we are doing everything we can to keep our numbers down. But I ask you to please support the schools. They have $800,000 in terms of additional funding to deal with all the special needs of opening the schools in a pandemic. And there is access to additional CARES money through the end of December that we can begin to look at the next level of plans. So I'd like to thank all of the department heads who are here tonight, who are there to answer questions as you review their budgets going through. They have worked very hard on their budgets and made a series of cuts when asked to be able to help us balance this budget. I would also again like to thank our finance director, Ethan Manning, and my chief of staff, Matt Coogan, for their incredible work during this very, very difficult time. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions from councilors? Councilor Zeid.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Mayor, I just was wondering if you had made a decision as to how you will act upon the Acts of 1987, the school funding check and balance that was submitted based on a vote of the City Council. Is that something you've had time to reflect on and made a decision as to whether you'll veto it?
Yes, Councilor, I have, and I told you the night that you were reviewing that I could not support that.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Oh, what? No, Councilor Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mayor, just a bit of clarification on the rail trail. I know that some paving is going to have to be done. Is the trail going to be open before it is paved over those areas that have been cleared for public access by our licensed site professional?
No, it will not, because we will begin working on the building up the berm, and then the paving will go on top of the berm. But it's Parks is out there this week trying to clean it up a little bit before they open the gates, and it will be a rough surface, but it still will be passable and usable in the interim.
Good. Glad to hear it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors? Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Holliday.
You're welcome.
All right, consent agenda.
The consent agenda this evening, Mr. President, consists of the following. The approval of the September 14th minutes. There are no communications. There's one transfer 85 for $484,000 to wastewater treatment resiliency. That's the project aforementioned. Same amount to go to budget and finance. There are no appointments. There are, however, a number of items to be removed from their committees with this motion to approve the consent agenda. Budget and Finance, Order 206, which is the budget order, the second submission so-called. Order 209, which is the borrowing authorization. Communication 260, which is the FY 2020 year-end financial report. Neighborhood and City Services has an Ordinance 50, the curb cut ordinance so-called, to be removed. Planning and Development has Communication 257, which is the letter from Judy Timon regarding Harrison Street. Public Utilities has 3 appointments. Appointment 156 is John Tomaz, 38 Storebrook Drive, Water Sewer, until 3/31/2023. Appointment 166, Robert A. Cook, 19 Everett Drive, the same commission until 3/1/2023. And then appointment 166 is really just Robert A. Cook's resume. And that's the consent agenda this evening.
Counselor Zede.
A motion to amend to change transfer 85 from budget and finance to public utilities, please.
I think we'll just pull it. We'll just put it on the regular agenda. How about that? You got that, Rich?
I do.
Let's just pull it. Okay, so the only things are the, I don't see any other hands. The only things are the minutes and removals. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, before we go to the regular agenda, I see that there's a hand up from a member of the public, but I'm afraid, Ms. O'Donnell, we already finished that. I'm sorry, we can't reopen it this time. Regular agenda, mayor's update.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, what do we got, Rich? Next.
We have a continued item, which is appointment 189, Karen Sikanawa, 71 Middle Street, to the Commission on Disabilities. And now it's clear it's until 9/30/2023. If you remember, it was 2020, a week ago. I would consider this a second reading, though, and a roll call, if it's okay with you, Mr. President.
Well, I need a motion.
Motion to approve on second reading.
Okay, and seconded by Councilor Khan. Roll call.
Councilor McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
Yes.
Councilor Shan,
Yes.
Councilor Tontar,
Yes.
Councilor Vogel,
Yes.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
Yes.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman,
Yes,
by unanimous vote.
thank
Motion
you.
passes.
Next item.
We would have communications. Communication 263 is the budget revision of vocational school assessments.
Motion to receive and file.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Councilor Zede.
Yeah, just to defend the motion, this is obviously a change to the budget, but that's what we're going to be addressing tonight. So I didn't see the value in sending it to committee to then ultimately possibly have, basically be out of order kind of thing. And so I thought we would receive and file it. And I'm sure that should there be a discussion or a need to discuss, it would be done so tonight during the budget, just to explain the rationale.
Thank you. Councilor Khan.
No, I'm fine with that explanation. So thank you.
Okay. Other councilors? On the motion to receive and file, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Next.
Communication 264 is the letter from Colleen Turner Cecino, 15 Otis Place. Reading in pertinent part, she had just learned that one of the fellow council members has stated, please note that we have received almost no comment on the tax rate. She makes a comment on the tax rate and says, please do not try to balance its budget on the backs of homeowners. She said if anyone is to receive a modest increase, it should be the hardworking police and fire, not teachers and not city administrators, etc. We're living in a new era, etc. And I think that's the gist of it.
Motion to refer to budget and finance.
Second.
Uh-oh.
I know.
That's not good.
We're rudderless.
Sure, he'll join right back in, hopefully.
Right.
Second.
At the risk of being out of order, I would think at this point he would say, that's a motion to refer to budget and finance first and second. And do I hear any objections? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? That's as far as I would like to go without the president.
So you've had your Alexander Haig moment, Richard.
I'm sure he would not care if I said Communication 265 is up next. It's a letter from Sean Reardon. Sean talks that he has not supported the letter that will follow this, which is the letter from the school committee. It's way too long to read.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Clerk, I just wanted to make a point of order or a suggestion. Why don't we turn the gavel over to the next most senior counselor, as is typically our process when the president.
That's a great.
That way we can continue depending on the technical issues that the president may be experiencing at the moment. Just a suggestion that maybe we could consider.
Absolutely fine. And
I
think
believe that would be
you.
Councillor Connell,
Would be.
if he's willing to accept it, of course.
I'm willing to do so, only if I have the unanimous consent of the members. Are there any objections to that?
No, sir.
Then we should proceed.
A designated survivor.
Are there additional communications, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, there is. Did we take a vote actually on that receive and file for 265? I know there was a first and second.
It was unanimous.
Okay. 266.
266, okay.
266 is a letter from the school committee signed by the mayor, Bruce Menon, David Hawkeiser, Sheila Reardon Spalding, Brian Callahan, and Stephen Cole, with the noted exception of Sean Reardon. It states in pertinent part that they request that the council pass the full 9-month budget approved by the school committee at the August 3rd meeting. The full budget for the balance of the year will follow and allow the district to focus on the work of safely reopening schools and bringing back students. Possibility city.
I think we get the gist. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. It's in support, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. Motion to receive and file.
Second. Did I hear a second? Richard, did you?
Second.
I did.
Okay, Councillor Tantar second. Councillor Khan moved. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of receiving and file, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
1 no.
Thank you.
I think
No, I believe that's the last communication.
it is, and I think that leads us to the transfer that was taken out of the consent agenda, which is transfer 85, which I mentioned is $484,000 to the wastewater treatment facility and that project.
Motion to refer to public utilities.
Second.
Moved and seconded, sending that item to public utilities. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Public utilities had it. Now we'll move on to orders.
The first order is 211, which states in pertinent part, the city council approves the preservation restriction agreement between the Society for the Preservation of New England Antiquities, otherwise known as Historic New England, and Kemble Widmer, the second trustee of the Kemble Widmer II Revocable Trust, submitted by Councilor Eigenman. It's 28 pages. It's a preservation restriction that pertains to 272 High Street.
Motion
Nice, Young, you could read it? No? Okay. I heard a motion.
Second.
Planning development.
Point of order.
Second.
Point of order.
Point of order from Councilor Tantar first.
Sponsoring council is not present, so we'll have to.
Motion to waive the rules to accept this without the sponsor in the room.
Second.
All right, first discussion of the waiving of the rules. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving the rules so we can take this matter up without the sponsor being present, say aye.
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 Opposed? No. Okay, is there a motion again? Do we have a motion standing or does that have to be made at this point? I'll ask the parliamentarian.
I think there's a motion still on the floor. It was usurped, if you will, by the motion to waive the rules, but there's a motion to refer to where?
Planning and
Planning and
development.
Development. And the second, I didn't hear the second in that case. I'm
Second.
sorry to interrupt, Councillor Shan. And it has been seconded. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No one
I'm
is.
sorry, can I have that first and second again?
Yes, Councillor Shan moved. And I believe Councillor Wallace seconded, if my ears are correct.
Counselor Khan.
I apologize, Councillor Khan.
Very good. Thank you. And I think if I'm,
You're on to Order 212.
President's back.
very good.
Is he?
Yeah, sorry about that. I lost everything, so I don't
We'll
know.
take a motion to adjourn. No, I'm sorry.
Order 212,
Council
Clerk
President,
Jones.
we had moved on to orders. We're at Order 212 at this time.
Thank you. Thanks for leaping into the breach. Clerk Jones, take us through Order 212.
Okay, it's simply stated the city council authorizes the payment of the following prior year bills. National Grid 848, Integrated Tech Systems 809.69, Creative Touch Designs 117, and Newburyport Housing Authority 2004 for a grand total of 4,244.36. Submitted, Councilor Tantar.
Move to refer to Budget and Finance.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That's referred. Order 213, please.
213 states the city council authorizes the acceptance and expenditure of grants from the Commonwealth of Mass comprised of $1 million from the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant Program and $100,000 from the Mass Trails Grant Program. Further, that Project 6C of FY 2021 appropriations in the amount of $150,000 previously authorized to be expended upon receipt of $1,000,003 MVP grant is hereby authorized for expenditure based on the final award amount of $1 million for construction of the critical infrastructure protection and city, Clipper City Rail Trail project. Submitted, Councilor Tantar.
Motion to refer to public
Public
utility.
utility. Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of referring, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so that's referred. So I think we have to, we're going to get to the transfer that came in, transfer 85.
We actually, the one that was in the consent agenda, Mr. President,
Yeah.
in your absence, we actually disposed of that.
Oh, that's ominous. Okay, move on to ordinances.
Ordinance number 62 is the residential permit zone seasonal hour extension. That in pertinent part changes the hours instead of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday from October to April 30th and between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday from May 1st to September 3rd, excepting Sundays and holidays. Unless, of course, a parking permit is authorized as has been validly issued. Councilor Iguana.
Yeah, I'm the sponsor. That's a Ward 2 thing. I just want to move to send it to public safety.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? No. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Next.
Ordinance 63, which is an ordinance regarding the financial and fiscal responsibilities as it relates to transfers and bond orders authorized by the City Council. It is submitted by Councilor Zeid. I'm sure he can do a better job than I at summarizing it. If you'd like, I can make a stab at it, but what would you prefer?
Motion to refer to Budget and Finance.
Second.
Any discussion, explanation, comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Is that it for ordinances, Rich?
It is.
Okay, thank you. On the committee items. First committee is one that I chair, is the Ad Hoc Committee on Economic Development. I don't have anything to report tonight. The Ad Hoc Committee on Waterfront, it's also a committee of the whole, that one, at times. We did have a meeting earlier this month, and the next one is going to be October 20 something. But the key is Andy Port, the planning director, is drafting a request for proposals for design drawings and engineering drawings. And so the ad hoc committee will take up when we meet in October comments. 29th, thank you, October 29th, so a month from today. That's all I had. Budget and finance.
Motion to receive and file communication 260, which is the year-end financial report, fiscal year 20.
Is there any discussion on that?
No, and, you know, the only thing I'd like to know, we did have a considerable discussion of it, and one thing I think the community should know is where we stand with free cash. Going into fiscal year 21, we had $1.4 million in free cash from fiscal year 20 that carries over. 1.1 million in the general fund that was unspent, that was budgeted in fiscal year 20, and about $700,000 in revenue over and above what was predicted. So depending, you know, once the state reviews that would come to total free cash to $3.2 million. So it will be over 3 million perhaps with free cash. Finance director can correct me if I need to be corrected, and I think that's important to know before we consider the budget.
Thank you. Any further comment? All those in favor of receiving and filing, then please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's received and filed.
Motion to approve Order 209.
Second.
Order 209 is a rescission of a number of authorizations for loans going back. The earliest one is 2003, and these are all authorizations made by the City Council, and for various sets of reasons, including the budgets coming in under budget, projects coming in under budget, but predominantly receiving state grants, federal grants in some cases. So these authorizations are no longer needed. Committee voted 3-0 to rescind.
Thank you. Councilor Zede.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make two comments. I did support this in committee, and I will support it tonight. But the two comments that I wanted to make were, number one is, last year we had considerable debate about issuing an authorization for roadway projects that many of us will probably recall. One of the primary arguments used against that was that we simply can't have outstanding authorizations so that we don't upset the bond rating folks. And with all due respect, I think that we've got more than $8 million or so here of authorizations that have been outstanding, some dating back to as far back as 2004. So I think that this should dispel that for any future debates that, if that was really as critical as it was, we wouldn't have bond authorizations from 2004 sitting on the books. So that's the first thing I wanted to note, because it was very germane to the discussion last year and may again become germane in the future. The second thing I wanted to note was that, I was very surprised to see that, there was outstanding authorizations available against the wastewater treatment plant and the wastewater, and particularly the wastewater treatment facility. As we all know, the odor problem that we had to resolve about 4 or 5 years ago now, we had quite a bunch of debate about funding and why was that engineered out of the project, or costs engineered out, or whatever the case might be. But all the meanwhile, a $6.2 million bond authorization had been outstanding since 2012. The money basically existed to be bonded, but for whatever reason was not deemed appropriate to tap by the administration to resolve the issue. So I felt that requisite to make those observations as we move forward here. So I certainly appreciate getting these off the books. That's the right thing to do. And that's sort of the basis for discussion of the previous ordinance that we just discussed. So I will be supporting this with those comments in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other councilors? I think I think I'll do a roll call on this one.
Okay. Motion to approve Order 209. Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Connell?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Tontar?
Yes.
Counselor Vogel?
Yes.
Counselor Wallace?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Devlin?
Yes.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor Eigenmann?
Yes. That sounds like it succeeded. Anything else, Chair Kantar?
Motion to remove, actually it's already removed. Motion to approve Order 206, which is the fiscal year 21 budget.
Second.
Okay.
I'll hand it over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. So the custom that we have at the City Council, based on first statute and now our own charter, is we read through the budget in categories. So we do a page turning. For those of you who have a printed copy or a PDF copy, we start with general administration as the grouping. I believe the first is the City Council. So that would be page 49. And then what I do is I recite a category within each department. And I pause and I give an opportunity if anyone wants to make an amendment. Now, just so everybody out there listening understands what we're doing, as I say, we're approving a category, say, for example, personnel, and then there are sub-line items. So if you have a copy of the budget, you'll notice that councilors do not make amendments on each line item. They, I'm sorry, they don't make, let's try that again. They make amendments on each line item. But once we approve the budget, we're approving it by category. And the administration can shift money around from line item to line item as long as it stays within the same category. So that's our practice. Also, what can happen in an amendment? The City Council may delete or decrease any amounts except expenditures required by law, which, big loophole, but you get the idea. You cannot add. That's what we're up to. I have my phone now as a backup in case I lose the internet again, and then Councilor Connell can leap in again if something goes wrong. Of course, since March, this is the first time it's happened, and it would happen tonight. So now bear with me. This is more difficult than in usual years because I have to look down at the book and then I have to look at the computer and see if any councilor has his or her hand up. So starting on page 49, City Council, Personal Services, Councilor Z.
Motion to cut 42,000 from 51101.
51101. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Councilor Z.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think we're all anticipating a long night tonight, and I've got a series of cuts that I intend to propose, and some of them are related to salaries and so forth. And as always, I think we need to look to ourselves first. The proposed cut is 42,000. Obviously, this is really our opportunity here to talk about the remaining 9 months, and I'm asking my colleagues here to consider whether we can forego our relatively our stipend or whatever you want to call it for being a city councilor. For those who are listening, city councilors receive $5,000 a year. City council president receives a little bit more. I did a simple computation because while this is an annual budget in front of us,
I get six,
really,
just so you know.
Okay, 6. I apologize. Couldn't remember off the top of my head. But while this is an annual budget, it's really a 9-month budget, and I didn't want to go backwards into the previous 3 months that have already occurred. I am asking you to support this. It's something that we can do on our end. Residents are asking us to share the pain as was stated, and again, I felt obligated to at least bring this up and to make it for a discussion. I know we had a debate in the previous year about increasing salaries for city council members, pardon me, that was defeated. And I think that in a tough year like this, we should, and we are the first item in the budget here. It's something that we can look at. So I'm asking for your support and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Khan.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Councilor Z beat me to it. That was actually going to be something I was going to also propose. So I definitely, just to add on, I don't want to, it's going to be a long night, so I don't want to keep going on something that's already been said. But I do agree that there is something to be said about the work we do, and we do a lot of work. So by no means I want this to at all feel like what we do here is diminished by the fact that we are going to take this cut. I do think it's really critical for us to look to ourselves and understanding maybe how this pandemic is affecting just across the board in terms of the finances, especially for the city, the residents. You know, we'll hear a little bit later about what the implications are going to be in terms of taxes to the residents. I do want to make the one statement though is, you know, these types of salaries sometimes do attract people. And we've consistently have had races where we don't have anyone running against us. And, you know, as everyone here knows, we have some pretty big issues that come before us, and representation is really important. And taking the time to do a good job with that representation is only critical to the decisions we make. So while we are taking this cut, I do want to make at least a concerted effort here in the communications that I do hope when we do look at the fiscal year in the next year, that we do look at something that would be a salary that's worth the job that we do. And we do a lot of work and the number of hours across the board. So that's my statement, but I will support this cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Devlin.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I had this on my list. I, of course, had $56,000 because that's why I went to law school, because I didn't want to deal with numbers, but Councilor Z is correct on this one. I just did want to make a statement that last year, I think we had a more testy conversation around this. And I think, you know, my willingness to either second it or offer it was in the hopes that we all could commit to making, you know, the shared sacrifice. But again, if someone is against this, there's some value to the $5,000, obviously. And I would understand as well. So I just want to move it out of the discussion that we had last year, or at least the tenor that we had around it last year. And just, I think the three people who have just spoken their intentions are good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree with Councillor Devlin that the intentions are good. However, the realities are something else. It is a relatively small amount of money that comes into this household on a yearly basis, but I can tell you it is income that comes in. And you talk about sharing the pain. Everybody shares the pain. My taxes are going to go up right with everybody else. Perception being reality or perception not being reality. There are strains on my businesses, one in particular for sure. And there will inevitably be some loss of income and so on and so forth. Personally, I can't afford it. I don't want to afford it. I think it's tokenism. I get the gesture, but we work really, really hard. And I haven't done the calculations in a long time. I think at one point in time it was $1.87 an hour. It may have shifted a little bit. But I don't see it. I think we all make sacrifices. This is essentially a job, and you're going to ask me to do it for no pay.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Tomtar.
Yeah, thank you. I can't support this. You know, I think it's a little bit of grandstanding. I think we should be honest with the voters in Newburyport. Prop 2.5 allows us to increase taxes by 2.5% of the previous levy. And that comes this year to about $1.4 million. I think this year, as well as going forward, we need, if people would like us not to increase taxes and therefore have a real decrease, given that prices go up, given that it's inflation, then we got to be honest with voters and say that that's going to cost them services. And when people write us and say, don't increase our taxes, please tell us what services you would like us to cut. would you like us to stop paving roads or sidewalks or cut education or cut police or cut firefighters? And because this is a thin budget, and I think this gesture is, based, I think, on what a neighboring city did, who is in a lot worse financial situation than we are for various sets of reasons. I just can't support it.
Other counselors who haven't spoken yet. Counselor Zede.
I just felt obligated to respond since intent came into the discussion, as well as the phrase grandstanding. So this cut is worth $42,000. That's exactly what it's worth. It's actually, that's the beauty of the number, is it just simply is a number. And we can say that, any amount is not worth it, or it's just a gesture, or it's grandstanding, but it's worth $42,000. That's exactly what it is. And again, I think tried to strike the right tone here, but apparently that didn't seem to work. But I wasn't trying to raise a larger debate about next year or future years, anything like that. I just think that this is the right thing to do for this year. And it's not a gesture, it's $42,000. So if that's not worth it to you, then that's an acceptable argument, but it's worth it to me. So I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Other counselors. Yeah, I let go of the phrase grandstanding. That probably does go to motivation, so we really try not to do that. Counselor Vogel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. I think I'd like to point out that certainly is an option for each individual counselor to not accept the pay.
Okay, Counselor Zede.
Right. It certainly is an option, and I would be happy to do that if this doesn't pass. But we also had a recent debate about reopening, and the argument of individual counselor choice didn't seem to carry for some counselors then. So I don't think it's fair to try and use that argument today. Thank you.
Other counselors. Counselor Connell.
Yeah, without rehashing a debate we had a year or so ago about salaries, I look at this and say, what is the value of our city council in comparison to other services that the city offers? And I would argue, and I think in fact, many people regard the council as an effective counterbalance to an administration headed by one person or another over many years' time. And as such, we value people symbolically, and this is even $5,000, a relatively symbolic salary. But the meaning is, how much do we believe the services that the 11 city councilors provide? How much do we believe the service is essential? And do we weight it in a manner similar to that which the administration, the mayor, and the executive offers? Or do we further diminish our own assessment of the services we provide by making this symbolic gesture? So I'm going to vote against this. I think that the symbolism speaks about how we view ourselves and the value we provide to the city. That's why I had previously urged the council to look at this stipend that counselors receive. And this is not the year to do that, obviously. And look at it in the context of how much we did at that time, and we do now, and will do in the future, for the overall governance of this community. And on that basis, I'm going to vote no on this proposal. I think it is well-intended. I don't think that I'm going to significantly change anyone's mind. I think that we each have to make a decision like this individually and personally. But I wanted you to know how I view it, and consider the possibility of how this symbolism speaks. It's not just dollars and cents. It's more than that. It's how much do we value the work that we do.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors wish to speak? Yes, Counselor Thompson.
Yeah, let me apologize for using the term grandstanding. I stepped over the line there, and I apologize for that. Having said that, when 5 or 6 years ago, when Council President O'Brien at the time had come forward with an effort to raise council salaries, as part of the negotiation on that, the city council that had been paying health insurance, had been receiving health insurance, we negotiated that and we gave up health insurance. And we nevertheless did not pass a raise. So I suggest that if this passes, when we get to the insurance line, we should also, I don't know if any city council is still receiving health insurance, but I would suggest that should be cut as well. And actually that, comes substantially more than $5,000 a year.
I can't participate in the debate, but my family, we buy into the health insurance. We were grandfathered in. I'm self-employed. Other counselors, not seeing any. Okay, this is going to be divided. Let's just do a roll call. We got a long night ahead of us.
Yeah, this is a motion to cut 42,000 from 51101. Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Connell?
No.
Councilor Shan?
No.
Councilor Tontar?
No.
Councilor Vogel?
No.
Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Devlin?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I'll look for some new health insurance too. Anything else on city council? Yes, Councilor Z.
Yes, Mr. President. Motion to cut $73 from 51160.
51160. Is there a second?
Sorry, what was the amount on that?
$73.
I'm not hearing. There is a second. Okay, the discussion. Councilor Z, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, it may seem insane to start off the night by cutting $73 from a line of $71 million budget, but this is going to be an ongoing discussion, and it's basically a discussion about raises. We did hear a little bit during public comment about taxes, and the at-large counselor in the previous iteration of discussions was talking about, okay, what can you cut if you don't want to raise taxes or if you want to put money towards other things? And this is something that I've thought a lot about during the budget process and over the last week or so, debating about how to handle this. Again, this is not the same debate we had last year where we had considerable discussion about raises. This is really about what is the foundation of this budget. The mayor made very clear in proposing this budget that her #1 priority was not to have any layoffs. And I think that generally there was agreement and consensus across the council on that. Even though I was beat up a little bit when I mentioned even the potential to consider furloughs, as I felt any organization of our size should at least consider as fiduciaries any possible option. So if in fact, not having any furloughs or layoffs is indeed the top priority or one of the key foundational ingredients in this budget, then the next piece is should raises also accompany that? And I just thought that we could have the discussion on a bigger line here, and I'll just be clear about my intent. I intend to make motions to cut across different, raises across different departments, and to be quite blunt and out of respect for my colleagues and our time. If I don't get any support on any of these, I'm just going to give up, but it's not going to change my sentiment and feeling that there is something to be said for this is a tough year for everybody. And so when the question is asked, what can you cut? This is one answer to that question. And so some of the raises are relatively small in a percentage form, but in a year like this, when many have lost their jobs altogether, certainly have had their own pay cut themselves. And while municipal finance often mystifies me in terms of how the timing goes, the work we do today absolutely sets us up for how we're going to set the tax rate in a few months from now. So while it's sort of politically convenient to separate the two discussions, have a budget, and then back into a tax rate, which I think most residents would sort of be surprised that that's how it works. But in fact, that is how it works. I thought we could cut our teeth on $73 with a little bit of, a little bit of discussion here to see where other counselors stand. So that's my proposal. I've given you my intent for other lines in the budget so that there are no surprises. And I would ask you to consider supporting this, and/or discussion is always welcome, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Khan.
Yes, thank you, Council President. That is definitely something I have to say. It comes as no surprise because it's something I looked at as well. And so my only question, and I think it's important as we move forward too, is I do know, and this is more maybe a question for the finance director, unless someone else can answer, maybe the chair, budget and finance chair, is there are certain raises, I believe, that are built into some of the contracts. So we know that there's certain areas that are kind of these embedded contractual agreements that we cannot breach. And so what I did notice, though, the 1.6% that was a consistent type of raise that we saw, I couldn't tell, and was that always tied to a position that was not in a contract already with the union issue? So that's a question I'm asking from the budget and finance chair, if you know that answer.
Well, we have the city solicitor on the line.
I think that's the way to go with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, so city solicitor Rich, are you there? You've been put on ice. Yeah, there you are. And maybe this is the Somerville case, I think.
We're
Please,
discussing with, yes, yeah, I am here, thank you. With respect to collective bargaining agreements.
Right, whether pay raises are, whether the city council has any ability to reject a pay raise in a contract.
As indicated in the letter that I submitted, I think you all received, once a collective bargaining agreement has been approved and the first year cost items are funded, then the terms of that agreement are essentially approved and become binding upon the city. So any changes that would occur, which would include any again, pay raises, which would be cost items that are part of that collective bargaining agreement, would be considered binding on the city. If the city council does not fund those, then it's a matter of having to pay those employees who could be paid under the funding amount that's available, or otherwise there would be a necessity for impact bargaining with the impacted unions. But it's not so simple as just being able to cut funding for raises that are part of a collective bargaining agreement. Again, those raises, the terms of the collective bargaining agreement, once the agreement has been signed and the first year cost items have been funded, that is considered an approved and binding agreement of the city.
So may I follow up, Chair? Or Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, because I think my point was a couple, so twofold. So what I'm hearing is that we cannot, just to be very short, is that we cannot cut something that's part of that's been agreed with a union contract. Like it's a little bit more sticky. However, there are some line items that are raises for those that are not in those types of agreements or arrangements. And so that's where I think I just want to make clear as we move forward that there are going to be certain employees that are kind of within this scope of an agreement and those that are not. So it's not my only kind of hesitation, I think, in this activity, and I definitely understand the reasoning and what we're trying to do. And I definitely understand that. I just want to point out that it may not seem entirely fair that there are some that have the built-in kind of increases and those that don't are going to be penalized. So I just want to put that out there, but I look forward to hearing from other counselors as well. Thank you.
Yeah, before I go back to Councillor Zede, who made the motion, City Solicitor, the case that I'm noting is City of Somerville. The head note says that the role of the legislative branch in the collective bargaining process cannot be eliminated by negotiating salary increases to take effect after the first year of the contract. So I think we need to do a little bit of work on that one, because I didn't understand how to square that. And also, we don't have copies of all the contracts. So we don't know necessarily that even the contract says on its face that they have to have a rate increase, a wage increase.
If I may,
Yeah.
I think, Councilor, you make a very good point. While the city council is not bound, year to year with respect to appropriations, and I think that's the point of the case. The overall takeaway again is that the city is bound by agreements that have been executed and approved by, again, the funding of the first year cost items. In the second year, third year, depending on the length of the agreement at issue, there is the possibility that the budget may not allow for the extent of raises, in the sense that the funding for a particular department may be reduced. What that again results in is that there's maybe a requirement to reduce the level of service or lay off or employees in order to pay those remaining employees at the level required under that collective bargaining agreement. And again, there's the ability to impact bargain if necessary to address the reduced amount of funding available. So I think what the Somerville case is telling us is that it is not the situation where the council is necessarily bound year to year with respect to appropriations, but there are impacts. Essentially, there are significant impacts if a collective bargaining agreement has been approved through funding and is now not going, the level of funding is going to be reduced, resulting in an inability to make the payments agreed upon in that binding agreement.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Zede now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Respectfully, I didn't really understand what you just said. I mean, if effectively the logical extreme of what you just stated is that effectively, you can cut and the appropriation cannot exist, but you can't cut and the appropriation can't exist. It sounded like it's both, or what you're saying is that you can cut, but then you have to go back and negotiate at that time. My response / rebuttal to that, I did pull a couple contracts that I was able to find on the city website, and many of them have a clause within them that says that the terms of the agreement are subject to appropriation. In fact, this city council recently, as a body, approved a collective bargaining agreement approximately, I believe it was about 3 months ago. And in that debate, we specifically discussed, what happens if we're in a financial position that does not allow us to honor the raises. And many councilors voted yes. I did not, but many did. And I think in large part, some of that justification was that it was explained that subject to appropriation means that if the city doesn't have the money or can't come up with the money, then the raises are not binding. I hope that other councils recall that conversation, because it was literally just a few months ago. So what you're effectively saying is that and I've also heard others say that next year is going to be a worse year financially, considerably worse in some cases, depending on the who might be saying it and how they might feel about it, that effectively our hands are tied in terms of being able, so essentially the city council's power to cut, which was one of our few cherished and sacred powers, actually is theoretically limited by external factors. So I'm having a little bit of trouble with that, and I don't see that I'm not an attorney, but I don't feel that we'd be in breach of a contract that specifically has an out clause that states that it's subject to appropriation. That's exactly what we're doing tonight. We're appropriating funds.
Okay, let me call on the Chief of Staff, Matt Coogan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Not to sidetrack this conversation, and I know we're down the road of collective bargaining with our collective bargaining units, but I just wanted to point out that I believe the line item that's under debate right now is not part of a collective bargaining unit. It is I believe it's a portion of the city clerk's salary. So this is a contract between the city clerk and the city council. So I just wanted to point that out. I believe the same rules apply to those types of contracts. We have collective bargaining contracts. We have contracts with our department heads. But I just wanted to clarify that. I guess that's all I have to say at the moment.
Okay, well, in the spirit of moving, that's helpful actually. In the spirit of moving things along, then this whole collective bargaining issue does not apply here. So why don't, let's allow the city solicitor, Mark Rich, this time to look at the case. He has it. It's 418 Mass 21. He cited it in a letter he sent us over the other day. And in the meantime, does anyone want to speak on this particular cut, which does not implicate a collective bargaining agreement? Seeing none. All those in favor of the cut, say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, that was a mess. Roll call.
Okay, motion to cut $73. Council McCauley,
Yes.
Council McConnell,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tantar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
You're muted.
Sorry, yes.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Arguman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's move on. Councilor Zede.
Motion to cut.
Let's try to keep a rapid pace.
Motion to cut $32 from 51162.
There a second? Need a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Anything new? No. Roll call.
May I interject?
Hold
Mr. President?
on. Chief of Staff Coogan.
Thank you. So this particular line item is a portion of a salary of an employee that is in the Teamster Administrative Assistance Collective Bargaining Units. This is the contract that Councilor Zede referred to that was approved. The first year funding was approved by the council just this summer.
But it says subject to appropriation, he said. That's what we're wrestling with.
Well, I think that again, you have the city solicitor on tonight that will explain that. But I do believe that we would be in breach of, or we would be demand bargaining. We'd be referring back to the union. We would be reopening that contract, subject to negotiation.
Okay, I got you. All right, I don't want to rehash that. Let me try again. So, City Solicitor Rich, there must be some situation where it is justified, if that's the theory, that to reopen the contract if there's economic hardship. For example, high unemployment, pandemic, disease. No?
Yeah, if I may, again, and that's the point that I was trying to make earlier. You have the ability to reduce or consider and reduce an appropriation, but that has impacts based upon what was agreed upon in that contract. Otherwise, there would be no point of having executed the contract in the first place, because it would have no effect year to year. So again, what the intent of the Somerville case is to say that, of course, the council and the city it has the ability to make appropriations year to year, and everything, the terms, the additional years are subject to that ongoing appropriation. But if the city council chooses to reduce that appropriation, the result would be that certain employees would be able to be paid at their full rate, others would not. And in order to address that, there will be the opportunity for impact bargaining with the with the union to address that those reduced levels of service. So yes, it's subject to appropriation, but that does not mean that the city avoids the obligations that it has under that contract. It avoids the total obligation, obviously, because there's less money to go around. But that means that less money to go around would go to fewer people unless, based upon impact bargaining, the union decided otherwise. Otherwise, you would be reducing levels of service concomitant with the reduced amount of money available to pay those salaries.
Okay, I think I follow that. Other counselors? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call to cut $32 from 51162. Councilor McCauley?
No.
Councilor Connell?
No.
Councilor Shan?
No.
Councilor Tantar?
No.
Councilor Vogel?
No.
Councilor Wallace?
Yes.
Councilor Zede?
Yes.
Councilor Devlin?
No.
Councilor Khan?
No.
Councilor Lane?
No.
Councilor Eigenman?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, next, anything further in personal services? That would be everything. Purchase of services. City Clerk's Department. Personnel services. Purchase of, Councilor Z, I beg your pardon.
You know, I'd like to make a motion to cut 1995 from 51101.
There a second?
55011. Second.
Is that subject to collective bargaining, Chief Coogan? No, it's not. Go ahead.
That's totally in the purview of the city council. I believe the city council is a contract directly with the city clerk. So I don't know what that means in that contractual obligation.
Okay. Councilor Z.
I just needed to make this motion so we could have a discussion. I think Councilor Khan made the point that it's not fair to single people out or pick them out, and I'm sensitive to that. But the sense I'm getting is that this council has no appetite to discuss collective bargaining agreements and basically would accept all the raises throughout the rest of the budget. I'm just trying to get a sense for whether I should waste anybody's time throughout the rest of the budget discussing that. I still respectfully have a little bit of disagreement that is the case. So it's a very neutered power if that's the way it's being stated. And I certainly will be keeping that in mind going forward with additional collective bargaining agreements that come forward. Because if in fact the next couple of years are going to be getting worse, as some have predicted, then this problem's only going to get worse. So I don't understand how I can't get over it. It's just very irresponsible to me to offer raises to people, and then we're going to go tell the taxpayers to pay the full 2.5%. And somebody needs to answer that question here tonight as to how that's reasonable or how that makes any sense to the taxpayers.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. No. Councilor Khan's next.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So, I definitely, like I said, I will support this effort to try to cut raises, because I do think it's, like I said, and we don't have to rehash, I do think it makes sense to really look hard at what this year is going to be like. However, I am not quite sure in the answers we got from our city solicitor that I'm not comfortable doing that to the union contracts. I'll be absolutely honest. So it goes back to what I originally proposed, or not proposed, but posed, I should say, is, one group and one, as we go through, some of these salaries are going to have that increment and increase. Some are not. And yeah, that's hard for me as I'm sitting here to basically, identify one whole group who is not going to be putting us in violation or in this conundrum, which I think, again, the answers are not clear to me. So if the counselor from Ward 1's asking, does he have support? I totally get what is being done here. I just want to make sure that without really understanding that implication. That's why you're seeing this kind of tentative movement. And that's how I'm feeling as I'm sitting here. It's almost like when we first had the budget hearings, this did not come up. And I think, well, we talked a little bit about it. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But one of the things that was probably clear as we talked through, and it'll come up as we move on from page 1. But I think it's really clear that we are in this place where we're trying to see where there's a way to streamline what we have in front of us, and really digging into, is this a union salary or is this not a union salary? Didn't come up during our hearings and our discussion. So that's why you kind of see this hesitation, because it's one of those things where I'd rather be fair across the board. And at some point, we're going to have to stop at each one and ask that question. That's kind of how I feel right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I understand and appreciate the impulse to restrain spending at a time when there's some uncertainty in terms of where we're headed with this budget. However, I want to point out that embedded in this proposal is a notion that will drive every employee of the city towards unionizing and negotiating with a larger group collectively in order to protect some of the prerogatives that a collective bargaining agreement offers them. And when I say that, I want you to think for a moment about sound management practices. It is generally accepted that when you see someone who's performing better than someone else, you want to reward that person so as to encourage their continued good performance, and to dangle a carrot towards some other person who might see, gee, that person's getting a raise and I'm not, I wonder why. If we remove from all city employees that possibility, is that in the best interest of the city? Are we going to be getting the best people and the best performance from the people, or are we seeking a more uniform and perhaps, well, a performance that is not incentive laden for any of our employees? And that seems to me where we're headed if this is the trend.
Other councillors. Councillor Zede.
I thank the at-large councillor for his comments, and just to say that I hear them too, but I'm still not hearing anything about the taxpayers. I'm not hearing it from anybody. So I just want to go on the record. I'm actually going to withdraw this motion. I'm not going to single out a few lines here, because I know I've gone through every line, and I know that the majority of the positions are collective bargaining agreements, but this is wrong. And it should be said. Somebody needs to say it. I'm saying it. You know, I'll take my lumps for it, I'm sure, in one way or another, but it's not right. It's not right. And I'll just leave it at that. It's not right to, have put the priorities are out of order, as always. No one wants to talk about the taxpayers. In a few months' time, we will set the tax rate. This will all come back again, and we'll throw our hands in the air and say, gosh, we already have a budget. We've already backed ourselves into this corner, and it's just not acceptable to me. So I will not push this any further in further lines. I don't think it's rational to do it that way. And I promise that I would abandon this line if there wasn't support, and I'll be withdrawing this motion. So we can move on to other things.
Thank you, Councillor Connell.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm going to ask the Ward 1 councillor for clarification, merely what he said, and I don't know that I heard it as he meant it. You said that this may drive people more toward unionization, and then you said this is wrong. Are you referring to unionization, that collective bargaining is wrong, or are you referring to something else? It wasn't clear in your statement, please.
Well, this is recorded. I didn't say anything about people unionizing. I said this is wrong, referring to the fact that we are basically loading out a budget that is based on a 2.5% increase, which for many households in the city will actually end up being more than 2.5%.
I see.
And then we will go. I make no
You're
comment
referring
about
to
the value or
to the tax
correct.
base, not to the union.
Correct.
Thank you. That was the clarification I was asking.
Yeah,
Sure.
the counselor didn't refer to the.
I didn't say
unionization.
that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So I withdraw. I've withdrawn that motion, Mr. President.
Okay. Anything else in personnel services?
Point of order, was there a second?
I had seconded. I withdraw that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Purchase of services. Board of registrars, personal services, other charges and expenses, parking clerk, personnel services. Councilor Zede.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to cut 6220 from 51134.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, and then I will call on you, Councilor Khan, after that.
So if I may speak to the motion, if my understanding is correct, both of these are tuning. This one, 51134 and 51166, are related more to the amount of time that's being spent as opposed to a raise. And I had intended to motion against 51166, but just to say it at the same time, I'm trying to bring those two back to their level in FY20. I'd like to see the parking department get tightened up. We had, an odd time where parking was obviously very down for a period of a few months. It certainly has returned in some ways, but I think that as part of belt tightening, this is something that we could do to kind of bring things. So if I misunderstood either line, I'm certainly stand to be corrected, but that's how I read it. I apologize for mentioning
let's
two.
start with the department head, parking clerk Jones.
Thank you. That actually is a great increase for the parking supervisor, Mary Jo Haley. And it's not what I believe you thought it was at the beginning. That's a collective bargaining grade increase. She was frankly way underpaid, and now she's at pretty much where she should be.
And before I'm trying to be efficient. What year is she in that contract, parking clerk Jones?
Well, it's a 3-year contract, which I think was just approved. So it'll be the first year of a 3-year contract. I think Matt Coogan may know better than I.
All right, he's next on the Price is Right.
This is the same contract, the Teamsters Administrative Assistance Contract. This was the one that was ratified by over the summer. It was retroactive to fiscal year 20, so we're in the second year of that contract. And I guess I would also add, if I may, that percentage increase, because the contract was retroactive, that represents a multi-year salary increase.
But while I have you, is the recollection of the counselor from Ward 1 correct that it had a clause saying subject to appropriation? I'm not asking you to talk about the law. Just did it have that clause?
I'm sorry, are you asking me that question?
I am.
I'd have to go back to the exact language, but there is something to that effect in all of our union contracts.
Yeah, okay, but I guess what we've hit upon here, which I'm 7 years in and I didn't ever know that, is that when it says subject to appropriation, it's not really what it means. That's what I'm hearing from the city solicitor.
If I may, I think it does. But I do think that it's not a light decision to be made because of the impact bargaining that would result from it. So I understand,
but I've never heard the phrase impact bargaining in 7 years. I'm just saying for the record. That's all. I'm not expressing an opinion. I'm just stating the fact. Councilor Zede.
Well, I just wanted to state that, so the city solicitor spoke to this and said, basically, if it said subject to appropriation and that means that it could be cut without a further negotiation, what would be the point of having that clause? Well, the same argument could be made in reverse. What's the point for the city to have the clause? If effectively you have to reopen the contract to actually discuss any raises, then that clause has no value for the city whatsoever, other than to just say, hey, this could happen. But then again, anything could happen. You can go and try and open a contract at any time. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful, but there's effectively no protection at all for the city either. It's it's the converse of the same argument or the same comment that was just made in the other direction. So I just wanted to note that as well. But I'm going to withdraw this motion. That's not how I understood it. Could the clerk at the president's discretion speak to 51166? Did I misunderstand? Are my notes incorrect on that line, part-time enforcement?
That also, if you can hear me, that is, again, a collective. That's a Teamster union. That's
Okay. The same contract. Got it.
would be rate increases. It's the best guess as to what they would need for their hourly pay.
So I'd like to keep moving then, if I may, Mr. President.
Yeah, I hear you. And your second, I guess we need the second to undo too. So is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go back to the city solicitor so we can get some closure, and then I'll go to Councilor Khan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to jump in one last time. I don't mean to draw out your meeting, but again, this issue keeps coming up about the contract subject to appropriation, and I think it needs to be recognized that under law, every expenditure is subject to appropriation. As you know, you can't exceed the appropriations, and ultimately appropriation is made through the city council. So that language has meaning, but again, it has to be kept in context that with respect to the budget, when you have a reduction in the budget, then you have a reduction again. And it's a simple math equation. You have less money to spread amongst the employees. That's the impact on the employees on that union. Hence the impact bargaining, to bargain the impact of that reduced appropriation.
To share it across the group. I understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Khan.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I was just wondering, can we move along, or is it?
Yeah, I wanted to get closure because again, this is a vexing legal issue. I think we have beaten it to death. Councilor Z.
Motion to cut 3,000 from 51168 lot groundskeeping.
Need a second, people. Someone?
Second.
Anyone? Okay. Discussion. Let's keep it going. Go ahead.
Long story short is my understanding is this money is used, I think, for partially for the Green Street lot and for some of the plantings around the garage. I certainly think we can prioritize other things in other areas of the city for groundskeeping before we worry about parking lots and parking garages. The $3,000 takes us back to where it was last year, and frankly, a relatively modest cut from there, but doesn't zero the line out by any stretch.
Okay. Okay. Further commentary. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Opposed?
No.
I hear two opposed.
I'm opposed.
Three
Councilor
opposed.
Tantar, Councilor Vogel, and two.
Connell, Tantar, and Vogel.
Thank you.
Councilor Khan, you had your hand up for the next cut?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So I'd like to propose for line item 51901. And for this one, I mean, I was thinking to zero it out, but I didn't know if it came from a grant.
I'm sorry. We haven't finished with, I got to finish with the categories. I know it's annoying, but that's how we do it under the law.
That's where it is.
Yeah, so where is it?
It's the last line under personnel.
Last line.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cultural district expense? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, I guess I had a question on that, if that was funded through grants, and I couldn't remember because I know there's also the local cultural council and the grant money. So I was going to propose zeroing it out, but I didn't know if it got sourced from another fund amount.
This is a general fund line item. It actually pays a portion of the salary for the executive assistants in the mayor's office, Donna Musumeci.
And you know what I'm going to ask, is it subject to collective bargaining?
That position is not subject to collective bargaining, but this position does manage the cultural council. I know if the council has noticed that there have been a few new members to the council that you've approved recently, and she manages the grant monitoring and the grants that we do receive, the administration.
So may I make an amendment, Council President? So can I'd like to propose cutting it to $2,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Cutting it to $2,000. Just a second, Chief Coogan. Councilor Tantar.
Yeah, my concern with this cut and also the groundskeeping cut is that we might be cutting our nose off to spite our face. We have been desperately trying to keep people to come downtown to eat, to shop, and part of the attraction of the city is its cultural identity, and these kind of cuts could come back to haunt us and actually make economic circumstance worse rather than better.
Before I go, Chief.
I will be voting no.
Thank you. Chief Coogan, did you wanted to say something?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that Donna's been a critical part of the reopening plan with the Economic Recovery Task Force. She has led the sector group for nonprofits, so she has been working with them very actively over the course of this reopening. Many of them still not open, but that outreach has been very effective. Again, she's also responsible for the annual report that we provide to Mass Cultural Council, which was recently completed, also working with the Cultural District, and she's done a great job since she started here last fall of revamping that district. So this any cut to this line item would not, we're not looking for an increase to this line item salary. It would be a pay cut to this particular position. I feel strongly about this position because Donna has been a critical part of the mayor's office as far as managing COVID in general. I know it's a mixed, it's a multi-sourced salary for this position, but she's been a critical piece of our communication and outreach. And if anyone who's called the mayor's office and has dealt with Donna, she deals with a high level of professionalism as we've all been dealing with this pandemic.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Khan and then Councillor Zede.
Actually, I was just going to add that, I actually, before coming on the city council, I was part of the local cultural council. I don't know if anyone knew that. So I do know a little bit and value the work that's done in the volunteers that work there and approve those grants that come through. But I still think this is not an unreasonable request. So I still support it.
Thank you. Councillor Zede.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that actually these kind of stipend positions have been actually discussed over many budgets, and the concept of having one person who's one full-time person working, say, 40 hours a week is considered full-time, then having 3 different jobs and getting 3 different stipends against those jobs. So I think this is actually a sensible, it was sensible in the past, but it frankly was not something that was discussed at length in terms of seriously taking it, but if people are doing work, they should certainly be compensated for it, but there's also a benefit to aligning things. COVID response and so forth doesn't make sense to line up with cultural district and so forth. And then finally, I just want to respond that I think we do, and we have done a lot for downtown. In fact, a lot of our focus on COVID has been responding downtown. And I think we've done a pretty good job at that. And I think, this is an ongoing debate as well, but residents need something too. And downtown is one aspect of Newburyport, but residents enjoy lots of the different parts of the city, and that needs to be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Hi, thank you. I have a question for Matt Coogan. Just the number there, how does that relate to the salary that's in the back of the binder that says $136,000? Is that included or is that in addition to? It's in the back where it talks about the different employees and what their salaries get combined from different items.
Sure, I can answer that, and I think we covered that in the workshops. Ethan, to add in, I think we accidentally put her salary in twice, so I think it may say 134, but it's actually her full compensation is actually, I think, cut in half. So that's $67,000 is the total compensation for that salary. And again, historically,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ethan, I think we're all set on that one, unless there's something we missed. You can take. I just want to keep things going. Roll call.
Okay, there's a motion to cut to $2,000. So we're cutting $4,000 on that line item,
Yeah,
correct?
that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
No.
Councilor Shan.
No.
Councilor Tontar.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Counselor Wallace,
Yes.
Counselor Zede,
Yes.
Counselor Devlin,
Yes.
Counselor Khan,
Yes.
Counselor Lane,
Yes.
Counselor Agaman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, purchase of services. Purchase of services. Counselor Z.
Yes, Mr. President, I want to make a motion to cut 5300 parking bookkeeping. I think I have that number right. I may or not because it's under my.
Yeah, there's a hole punch there. We know
So
the one you.
yeah, bookkeeping. I'd like to make a motion to cut 16,000 from that line.
Is there a second? Please speak up, counselors.
Second.
Discussion. Go ahead. You don't need to raise your hand if you made the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to speak to this. You know, I think this is something we talked about during our budget hearings as well, but there's been a bit of a proliferation of the concept of bookkeeping across different departments. No one's questioning the importance and the need for bookkeeping, and especially like in a parking type department where there's lots of money moving around. And you'll note that there are other places in the budget that have bookkeeping as well. My sort of disagreement with it is that I think that this is something that, unfortunately for Ethan, I know he's got a lot of work to do, but we've got to, you know, this is becoming more of a material cost. When I started years ago on my first couple budgets, you know, bookkeeping was fairly small. It was pretty localized to one department or so from recollection. And it's really grown. There are other areas where bookkeeping has been added where it never existed before. You know, this is exactly what the city auditor's department, I think, is qualified, of course, to do, has the knowledge to do. And I just think it's become too material to ignore anymore. So I think this kind of thing should be folded in to the auditor's office and should be handled there. They keep track of all the books anyways for the whole city. So I certainly see the capability to do so there, and would hope that you would consider supporting this.
Thank you. Counselor Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you speaking of 5,300? 53000?
I'm sorry. Could somebody help me with it? I don't know. I just can't read it under my hole punch.
The whole Yeah, it is 53000.
And how much was it, did you say?
He's zeroing it out, 16,000.
So how come my book says 2020 is 13,500?
FY21 proposed to the right of that, 16,000 is what I have.
Okay. So
Yeah,
if it's possible,
last year
may I direct a question to the parking clerk?
Yeah, go ahead.
That would be great. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, tell us about why this is there. I think we talked about this in a committee meeting.
Yeah, I mean, it's Susan Aquaviva who works tirelessly on it and produces, as Councilor Zede mentioned, it's critical with the amount of money that flows around in a parking system that we know where it comes from and where it goes and what gets paid on a very timely basis. And there's a fair amount of demand on making sure that that's accurate, almost up to date. For example, she just sent me this afternoon last month's numbers for me to approve. And you know, she spends a tremendous amount of time on it. I've often said, you know, if she couldn't do it, I would be lost about those numbers. If Ethan thinks his office could handle it, I would be surprised. But I think the question's really better put to Ethan Manning.
Well, so moved if that's possible.
Ethan Manning.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this has been brought up in the past, and it really does not make sense from an internal controls perspective. The city auditor's office is a check and balance on what the departments are turning over and paying their vendors. If we're doing the department's bookkeeping, we'd have no ability to audit them, and there would be no check and balance. So really, there needs to be a departmental record of all income and expenses. Otherwise, the city auditor's office serves no purpose in terms of providing that check and balance on what they're doing. So workload aside, which I definitely do not think that we are staffed to take on bookkeeping for all of these departments. it absolutely would not make sense from an audit perspective for us to be doing departmental bookkeeping.
Thank you. Councillor Devlin.
Yes. So a question, maybe this is back to Director Manning, but I have seen this line item expand into many of the different departments over the last 5 years for purchase of services. Is the several places where bookkeeping is referenced in purchase of services, is this all the same person?
Yes, it is.
So every department that has bookkeeping in here is being done by the same person. Is this person an employee?
No, Susan Aquaviva has a contract with the city of Newburyport to provide bookkeeping to certain departments. I think during the budget workshops, we explained the different sources of funding for that contract is shown in the back of the budget book. In FY 2020, the city paid Susan $20,540 for her services, covering parking, parks, and youth services.
And what was that number again? 20,440?
20,540.
And what's the total this year?
Proposed.
Proposed.
Just, sorry, I don't have that on in front of me. So there are 3 bookkeeping line items in the budget that total 27,100.
Up from 20,540?
Correct.
Okay.
Is this the type of services that requires bids or no? Is there a minimum amount?
At this amount, it would be, we'd be soliciting 3 quotes, which we did solicit quotes when we engaged Susan. However, technically bookkeeping services are exempt from 30B anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Back to Councillor Z.
Yeah, I just wanted to explore that a little bit further. So I guess I'm a little surprised about the audit separation argument. So I understand it when we talk about things like HR and payroll and audit and how we separate those. So we have a wall between them to avoid having one person do one thing and then have the same person or potentially a person in the same department. But I mean, effectively, the auditor's job is to keep, you are effectively keeping all the books for all the departments, for all of those aspects. I mean, I think the longer discussion here is fine. If it doesn't, if you say, well, it doesn't belong on the auditor, it certainly could make an argument that it should go under the treasurer or could go under the treasurer instead. I don't really think that's the argument I'm trying to have today as far as which department it should go to, but rather that it just a little bit, it's hard to sort of see this number continue to grow when it seems like we have the tools and we have the technology already in. I mean, keeping track of the city's books is a basic function that we should be able to handle. So, I know the big increase is in the Parks Department since that was added as a $6,100 line. So out of that $7,500 increase you mentioned, probably the bulk of it is there. So I guess I still feel that there's room for improvement here. If it doesn't go to the auditor, fine, it could consider going to the treasurer as another department that handles money and would give you that separation you're asking for. But again, it's the theory of it is that it's probably going to just continue to grow and maybe another department will need it next year. So it seems to be something that is a need and should be dealt with, I think, in an appropriate way.
Okay, before I go to Councilors Vogel and Connell, something I want to address. So Director of Youth Services has her hand up, Andy Egmont, but we're not on Youth Services, so I'm not going to recognize her, which brings to mind the hour. It's 10:08. Under our rules, we would have to suspend our rules to go past 11. Mm-hmm. I had scheduled in anticipation maybe things going long. That's what happens. Another meeting tomorrow night. Out of courtesy to my colleagues, the 10 of you, when I scheduled that, was not aware of an unforeseen personal circumstance. I am unavailable tomorrow. I'll stay here until 3 in the morning if you want, but you need to realize I am not available tomorrow whatsoever. Councilor Vogel.
Well, that's a good segue. Thank you, Mr. President. It's frustrating to be sitting here at 5 after 10 or 10 after 10, talking about the theory of how we're going to restructure the city and the way we handle things. And we're, barely past page 1 of the budget. We had budget hearings, and these things could have been on the table. We could have been way past this. It's very frustrating. And if the auditor comes back and explains how the city works, and we have essentially part-time people that are coming in on contract to do this work, what do we want to do? We want to create another position, and then what's going to happen? Is that person going to be a union person that we're going to have that contract or that conversation about whether the contract gets paid? I understand that this is the opportunity that we have to discuss the budget, but there's a number of things on the table here. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're on a budget that has been, I think, cut to the bone. We don't know what's coming, and it's 10 minutes past 10 o'clock. I'm not going to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. I don't bake the donuts, but I do brew the coffee, and I'm not getting paid anymore. But I'm just, can we talk about budget items and not running the city? Thank you.
Councilor Connell.
I have 2 points, Mr. President. One is a point of order first, and then a substantive comment. My point of order is I think it's inappropriate to attach specific names to particular functions or jobs in the city in the context of debating whether or not that function is appropriately funded or in the right department or even necessary at all. And so I would encourage members not to personalize the positions, but to look at them in terms of their function and their service to the city as a service.
Let me stop everyone there, because this is spinning out of control. It was actually the administration that raised individual names. So please let's try to just keep it on an even keel here and not attack each other.
And may I ask my substantive question or issue my comment on?
Please.
Yeah, I'm again back to the use of appropriate management tools for different purposes. Let's recall, however, and without putting something in one department or another department, that generally speaking, the use of consultants is useful when perhaps the position is short-term, or it may be several years down the road, but you may want to look at it on a more permanent basis. Then it's a way to try something out. However, remember that when you make a permanent position, you are taking on pension obligations and all sorts of other long-term commitments that the city's going to have to meet going forward. So there is a function for consultants. So I hope we will keep that in mind. That's all.
Thank you. Next is, I believe, Councilor Khan has not spoken on this yet.
Yes, thank you, Council President. My point was, I think in looking at all the places for bookkeeping, I don't know if you want to touch on all those, or are we going to touch on those at every section? What's your intent at every section?
It's out of order. It's out of order to bring up other sections. We have to go section by section.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Lane.
Yes, thank you. Just real quick, just watching what's going on here. Okay. I have no problem staying up till 3 in the morning. I'd prefer to muscle through this and just keep going. This is my first term on council. And for years, I've been saying we are one bad incident away worldwide to put us in a bad situation. So I don't feel like this is an exercise that's fruitless. I feel it's necessary at this point. And to not put the onus on the taxpayer in the future, we really need to go line by line very carefully here. We have spent out of control, in my opinion, for the past 10 years, okay? And I'll say that openly, and I've said it openly plenty of times. So I have zero issue staying up till 3 in the morning, going line by line to make sure that we protect our residents, the taxpayers, from incurring a massive, massive burden in the future. So I'm all in for staying up as long as it takes to get this done. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any other new comments? New comments on the motion on the floor, which is to cut 16,000? Seeing none, roll call.
Council McCauley,
No.
Councilor Connell,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tantar,
You're muted.
You're muted, big man.
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
No.
Councilor Z,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
No.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Muted.
Councilor Lane,
No.
Councilor Agaman.
No.
Motion fails.
Purchase of services, anything further in this category? Purchase of services. Supplies. Supplies. Mayor's office. Personnel services, Counselor Z.
Oh, sorry. I was on parking clerk supplies. Motion to cut 500 from 54200 and to cut 500 from 54. Just sorry. I'm going to make a double it up. So motion to cut 500 from 54200 and motion to cut 3000 from 55801. You can take them separately or together. Your
I
choice.
need a second. Is there a second to take them together or separately? Someone.
We repeat the numbers again, please.
54200 parking office supplies, 55801 parking miscellaneous supplies.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Yes, Counselor Shand. Well, Counselor Z, you have the floor if you wish it.
I have identified a number of different line items throughout that are labeled as miscellaneous or office. Things have obviously been closed or not operating in some cases. And miscellaneous supplies is often a tough category in general. And as you know, we do approve at the category level. So there will be some flex within the supplies group. And I'm just trying to tighten up. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Counselor Shand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? It was 54301. You want to take that down to 3,000?
500 from 54200. So that would change it from 1,000 to 500.
Okay.
And then the other line is 55801, which is 6,500 proposed. A reduction of 3,000 from there, which would make it 3,500.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilor McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
Yes.
Councilor Shan,
Yes.
Councilor Tantar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Z,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
Sorry. No.
Councilor Lane,
No.
Councilor Agaman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Anything further in supplies? No. May I go to mayor's office? Personnel services. Personnel services in the mayor's office. Purchase of services. Other charges and expenses. Counselor Z.
Motion to cut 5,000 from 57801.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ditto.
Okay. Any other new comments? Counselor Devlin, you had your hand up.
I was trying to motion that line item.
Okay. Any other discussion, Counselor? Okay. Hold on. Chief Coogan.
If I may, I just wanted to get some clarity of the value or the monetary number of what the cut is. I believe that we did make a cut of $3,000 already to this expense. I just wanted some clarification of what the reasoning is.
The reasoning or the amount?
Just where the amount number came from. Sorry.
Counselor Z, quickly. I
looked at the past several years. You've got 1 year we were at 12, 1 year that you were at 14. 13 minus 5 is 8. 8's a little bit of a trim, about 25% off of the low year of 12,668. Other money has been added elsewhere in the mayor's budget with support from the public. And I think that we continue to look for those miscellaneous expenses to tighten up on. Perhaps next year they can go into a line that doesn't say miscellaneous.
Further comments? Seeing none. Roll call.
Okay, for clarity, this is a motion to cut $5,000, reducing 13,000 to 8 on 57,801, correct?
Correct.
Council McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tontar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Anything else in, where are we? That's it. We finished out mayor's office. Legal department. Legal department. General administration, personnel services. Purchase of services.
Oh, motion to cut $8,000 from 52101 general heat and electric.
Second.
Any discussion necessary?
Yeah, the thought process is, we're not having evening meetings there. After the last person leaves, they can shut off the lights, turn down the heat, and hopefully we can get some savings there in a time that we need the savings. So, and that's
Okay.
the foreseeable future.
Any other counselor? Chief Coogan, did you want to say anything?
I just want to say the building is not a very efficient building. I think this historically it's been pretty steady, the use of fuel. I imagine we probably come back for a transfer at some point.
Okay. Counselor Zede and then Counselor Tontar.
Thank you. This has been an ongoing discussion about, when and if and how City Hall can open. And I agree with the arguments that have been made. I mean, a lot of the time when City Hall is used is, between 6 and 10 p.m. for city council meetings, for city council meetings, committee meetings, zoning board, planning board. None of those things are happening. So hopefully, I would actually much prefer to keep this line and see some things reopen at City Hall. But that doesn't seem to be on the docket anytime soon that I can tell. So I think this cut makes sense. And you know what? A transfer would be great if it comes in concert with some kind of plan to make City Hall available to the residents.
Thank you. Counselor Tontar.
So buildings and old heating systems like the one at City Hall, sometimes it's more expensive to run the heat down than have to heat it up. It takes a long time to heat it back up. So I think it's one of the reasons, as Councilor Vogel mentioned before, that it would be nice to bring these sorts of things up during the workshops when we can draw on the expertise of individuals and get further information. This is a guess. My guess is that Chief of Staff is right. We'll be coming in for a transfer on this.
Thank you. Further counselors? Seeing none, roll call.
Just to confirm the amount, Mr. President, it was 5,000 or 8,000?
8.
8. Council McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
Yes.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tontar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
Yes.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Purchase of services. Purchase of services. Go ahead. Go ahead, Counselor Devlin.
No, Councilor Z has his hand up.
Counselor Zede.
Motion to cut 10,000 from 53004 training/travel.
There a second?
Second, just a point of order, Mr. President. I have not been watching. Are we raising our hands to make these motions? Or
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I have not been doing that. I apologize.
Sorry, not the end of the world. So do we have a second? Go ahead. Could you please explain? Counselor Z.
The theory is very simple. I'm not sure what real travel exists. I can certainly appreciate that training still exists, and I understand that this line is used fairly flexibly from year to year. So I think this would be a sensible year where really there's no foreseeable travel in the near future, where we could make a cut here for some savings.
Counselor Khan.
Thank you, Council President. I will not support this cut because one of the conversations during a lot of the communications with the police marshal and I think other departments where I was trying to get some understanding on the training that is done for staff on all types of issues and things that have been coming up. And I really think it's critical, especially during this time, to keep that because there are things that that I feel like that need to continue training and education to the personnel. So I will not support this cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Devlin.
Yes, thank you. Just on that, we were at the budget workshop when that was discussed, and that was one of the things that stuck with me is that the police were using the mayor's office general training and travel fund to do training and bias training, which is what we were trying to uncover. I think the marshal himself said it might be better to have it back in our own budget so we could identify it more easily when we were doing it. Not only us, but the residents could identify where their source of training funds was coming from. I've always thought when I first got on the council, the police department had its own training and travel section, and then it got moved to the mayor's office. And they had some reasons for why. If I recall, it was because the mayor wanted to keep keep closer tabs on it, which from her perspective, I think might be a valid reason. But for me, I just didn't work. It's a department head's job to keep track of it himself, and I might be putting words and misremembering, so I don't want to hold anybody to that. But I just think this is a way. There's going to be some monies left over. We could put it towards, additional police, or we could ask that it be put towards additional police training or body cameras or things like that. So, in the long run, this might be, generate and have this in a better place where we can more easily track it from year to year.
I'm going to recognize Mayor Holliday.
Thank you, Council President. This was a decision by the council that was decided several, obviously before I was mayor, that there had to be more control over travel and training. The training items that are left in the individual budgets are specific to certifications. For example, the twice a year that the police have to go for certification in terms of their use of their gun safety. Anything over and above that there has to be a central office because of the amount of training that is requested across the board in the city. And that this has been really, really helpful to keep track of the training that is happening in the city that is approved by my office. As I said, anything, for example, you'll see when you get to water and sewer, there are certifications that the employees need in order to move on to the next level of water or sewer certifications. Those are in the individual budgets. Anything outside of that would be, more broadly considered professional development has to be approved by my office, and it's a much better checks and balance of keeping control of what's happening in terms of training. I agree that we're not traveling, but we are still doing trainings, and trainings online still cost money.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, unless there's something new, we've got a lot of information. Roll call.
Confirm the amount, is it $5,000?
10, Mr. Clerk.
10, thank you. Councilor McCauley?
No.
Councilor Connell?
No.
Councilor Shan?
No.
Councilor Tantar?
No.
Councilor Vogel?
No.
Counselor Wallace,
No.
Counselor Z,
Yes.
Counselor Devlin,
Yes.
Counselor Khan,
No.
Counselor Lane,
No.
Counselor Agaman.
No.
Motion fails.
What else we got? Anything else in this category?
Motion, so sorry. I guess I'm going to recognize me. Motion to cut 53400 minus 10,000.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, the idea behind this is that with Zoom and no in-person meetings, the fees that we pay to the company that does our meeting recordings, we shouldn't have to be paying them anything. So again, it's in the interest of, when we're operating at a lesser capacity, some of these things have to change from what they were in fiscal year 2020. Thank you.
Counselor Z.
Yeah, I just want to say I'll be supporting this cut, but recordings are incredibly important to me. This is just, we've got to continue to move forward with how life is moving. So right now, there are basically no, all of the land use boards, which this is primarily geared towards our meeting on Zoom. There's no intent that I can see to change that. And actually, we struck any mention of the land use boards from our remote meeting policy because we were met with bad feedback that people didn't want to hear from us on what to do with those boards. So I think this would be a great one to have a transfer on in the future if and when those boards are going to return back to meeting before the public, whenever that time should come. But in the meantime, we've got this Zoom thing going, and it's got the recording access, recording ability within it. And I think there's just a good rationale to leaving a little bit of money in this line for any in-person meetings that may occur. Hopefully as they return, but this would be a good thing to come back for when there's a plan in place. So I'll be supporting
Thank you,
it.
Counselor Shan.
I thought I had in my notes that some of this money was for supporting Zoom storage. Is that not true?
Richard Jones or Matt Coogan? Go ahead, Matt Coogan.
I believe we I think I'm unmuted now, right? Yeah. I believe I think we're at the moment we're able to use CARES Act funding for the Zoom accounts that we currently have, but that money does run out in December. I think we all agree that Zoom is going to be the wave of the future, and probably a combination of Zoom and working with Port Media. So we imagine that this account would be used to, once we get past the CARES Act funding, when that expires, how we're going to fund public meetings utilizing Zoom or Port Media, the additional meetings that Port Media had covered in the last fiscal year.
Thank you. Back to Counselor Z.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Any other counselors have any questions, comments, debate? Clerk Jones, remind us of the motion and then call.
Motion to cut 10,000 from 53,400 meeting recordings. First and seconded. Roll call.
Roll call.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Councilor Tontar.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Z.
Yes.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor Agaman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Further cuts in purchase of services.
Yes, Mr. President.
Go right ahead.
Motion to cut 2,500 from 54200. Again, under, I think that is supplies dash office. It's again under the hole punch. So sorry about that. I believe it's 54. I can't tell, but I think it is.
It is.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think this needs any explanation, does it?
No, sir.
Okay. State the motion. Call the roll.
Okay, this is a motion to reduce $2,500 from 54 200, which is general office supplies. Counselor McCauley,
Yes, sorry, yes.
Counselor Connell,
Yes.
Counselor Shan,
Yes.
Counselor Tontar,
No.
Counselor Vogel,
No.
Counselor Wallace,
Yes.
Counselor Zede,
Yes.
Counselor Devlin,
Yes.
Counselor Khan,
Yes.
Counselor Lane,
Yes.
Counselor Arden.
Yes.
Motion passes.
General supplies and city hall is the only other category in supplies. No motion. Other charges and expenses, general administration. Other charges and expenses. Seeing none. Information technology, personnel services. Purchase of services. Supplies. Auditor's Department, Personnel Services, Purchase of Services, Supplies.
Yes, Mr. President. Motion to cut 500 from 55800.
Is there a second?
Second.
No need for discussion, I don't believe. Let's call the roll.
Motion to cut 500 from 55800 miscellaneous supplies. Counselor McCauley,
Yes.
Counselor Connell,
No.
Counselor Shan,
Yes.
Counselor Tontar,
No.
Counselor Vogel,
No.
Counselor Wallace,
Yes.
Counselor Zede,
Yes.
Counselor Devlin,
Yes.
Counselor Khan,
Yes.
Counselor Lane,
Yes.
Counselor Eichmann.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Other charges and expenses. Other charges and expenses. Seeing none. City Assessor. Assessor's Department. Personnel Services. Purchase of Services. Supplies. Other charges and expenses. Treasurer Collector. Personnel Services. Purchase of Services. Supplies.
Yes, Mr. President. Motion to cut 500 from 54200.
Second.
Call the roll.
$500 from 54200 office supplies. Treasurer, Counselor McCauley,
Yes.
Counselor Connell,
Yes.
Counselor Shan,
Yes.
Counselor Tontar,
No.
Counselor Vogel,
No.
Counselor Wallace,
Yes.
Counselor Zede,
Yes.
Counselor Devlin,
Yes.
Counselor Khan,
Yes.
Counselor Lane,
Yes.
Counselor Eigenmann.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Anything else in supplies? Other charges and expenses. Seeing nothing. Emergency management, personnel services. Purchase of services. Supplies.
Yes, Mr. President. Motion to cut 500 from 54200.
Anyone else chance second? Nope, second.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a general statement sort of going forward. I'm going to vote no on cuts. I feel as though that during the budget hearings, we had plenty of opportunity to have these discussions. I find this budget to be very well thought out, very well approached, particularly under the current circumstances. And I'll be voting no on cuts. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Khan hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I mean, I think, I understand and I hear what the counselor at large is saying, but I do want to make a statement since this is the second time I heard this. And I just want to make it clear to everyone that our time for us to get information, but does it mean that we know exactly the big picture of the cuts we want to make? It doesn't. So I'm kind of, I let it go the first time, but I really do want to speak up that what this effort is we listen to everybody, we collectively take that information, and then we could then we come, and yes, some of us could have sent maybe some emails, and I did send some emails to the departments on the questions and line items I had specific questions on, but I think this is actually a very healthy exercise and needs to be done. So I just want to say that because it's said a couple of times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zede.
And just, I'm going to make more comments during good of the order, but I just want to state for the record that I'm willing to listen to any proposal by anybody. I find it difficult to say that I would oppose everything without even knowing what it is before it's made. I just don't get how that makes any sense. So to my colleagues, anything you wish to propose, I will listen to it and I will deliberate on it tonight, as that is apparently that is what we are supposed to be doing.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, my concern with these cuts is, and to the point made about the workshops, I don't know the impact this is going to have on services to the public. I just don't. And yeah, sure, we can do what we have done in the past, is cut and then have transfers to bring it back in later. Pretty inefficient process. So that's the first point. The second point is, I've been hearing a lot about helping out the taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer. We all are. And I've gotten 3 emails on that, maybe 3 actually, with general information, not specific information. So, on one hand, we may be diminishing services to the public. Probably we will be. And on the other hand, it's not clear how much is necessary. So that's why I am voting no on a lot of these.
Thank you. Councillor Devlin and Councillor Vogel and Councillor Devlin.
I would just like to say that I'm a bit offended by the suggestion that I haven't deliberated or I haven't listened or I don't listen. I have listened well. I have been through many budgets. And I find the process to be both interesting and tedious. I do my homework, I make my phone calls, and I come into the meetings open-minded. But I will tell you that the tone and the notions here are improper.
Please don't get into motivation.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Yeah, it is. It's a motivation also to say that I would make a statement that I'm going to vote no because I find that the budget has been very well prepared. And so that's the only reason that I'm explaining to you that I'm voting no, is because I find that the budget has been well prepared. It doesn't mean I'm not listening.
All right, thank you.
Offended.
Councillor Devlin.
A couple of things. I think well, I won't even get into it. What we could press play on the recorder right now from at least 4 years. This is probably the 4th year that I'm going to say this. Is every year, I think we just heard that there's about $3 million worth of free cash, and every year we have somewhere between $2 million and $2 and $3 million worth of free cash. That means, for those of you who are still watching and the numbers have dwindled, but we have what was budgeted wasn't used, $2 to $3 million worth that we find out about a year later. So I have found the useful process is we want to use the money now, or we would hope the money would be put to good places now. And we're making our best educated guess where we might be able to make some cuts, and then maybe put that money to other more useful and necessary places. So this is our job. It's not personal. I don't know why here we always seem to try to make it personal. These cuts, this is the raison d'etre that we exist. We're here to review the budget and make cuts where we're supposed to. So, nobody should take this personally. We're doing our best. We're trying to find places so that hopefully we can help to best allocate resources. And I agree with my sister at-large counselor who said, you don't know what you have to, for me at least, you have to distill what you've heard and think about it and communicate with people afterwards. And then I think this is the perfect forum for it. I'm not going to waste any more time on it. So thank you.
Counselor Lane. Counselor Lane, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Speak up, please.
I don't want to echo completely what the counselor at large just said, but yeah, you know what? And I hear a lot of things being said. Oh, this is a different year. We have unknown circumstances. Yeah, this is different. We have to really be careful with this budget, particularly for what's gone on and what we're about to face in the upcoming months. So, you know, I agree. Take the personal stuff out of it. Let's just get through this and do the right thing and protect the taxpayer. Okay, protect all of us. We're all taxpayers. We all live here. So let's just get through this. That's all.
Okay. I just want to remind people that we usually get more time with the budget. So for the public, you're thinking, well, they've had the budget all summer. We got it on August 18th. Just understand that. We got it on August 18th. All right, let's call the roll.
Can we confirm the amount? Was it $200?
500, Mr. Clerk.
Math. Another law school graduate. $500 from 54,200. Councilor McCauley.
No.
Councilor Connell.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
No.
Councilor Tantar.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
No.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. President.
Anything else? Yes, just continue. Yeah.
Motion to cut 500 from 57409 ditto.
Second.
Call the roll.
500 from 57,409. Expenses. Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Councilor Tantar.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
No.
Councilor Lane.
No.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Fire Department, Personnel Services. Fire Department, Purchase of Services. Supplies. Other charges and expenses. Onto the Police Department. Personnel Services. Purchase of Services. Supplies. Other charges and expenses. Capital outlay. Moving on to Health. Health Department, Personnel Services. Purchase of Services. Supplies. Other charges and expenses. Animal Control.
Yes,
Personnel.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Motion to cut 1,000 from 51301.
Second.
We had this discussion over the many years, and
This is
we
the
cut this.
overtime.
It is, and we cut it last year, and
Back.
yeah.
Any other comments? Roll call.
Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
No.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Councilor Tantar.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion
Director
passes.
Giacalone raised his hand late. So in case someone wants to make a motion to reconsider, Director Giacalone, you wanted to say something?
Motion to reconsider.
Well, no, you don't have to do that. Let's hear what he has to say first.
Sorry. Withdrawn.
Director Giacalone. Are you on? No, he hung up. Well, that's one way to deal with it. No, he's back. Chief Coogan, go ahead.
In Frank's absence, I guess I'll just speak that I think this was something that was zeroed out of the budget last year, but restored. We do pay our animal control officer overtime. We've consistently done it over the past several years, and I'll just note that it is cost shared with the city of West Newbury as well, based on the formula that we're under contract with.
So you're saying there's more overtime, and this is just our cut, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't know no. This is total overtime.
Okay, Director Jacqueline, let's try it again. Are you on? Are you on? You are not on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to move on.
Still muted.
Mr. President, can you confirm the amount? It's 51,301 overtime animal control amount?
1,000.
Zeroed out.
Zeroed out,
Zero.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Roll call.
We already had it.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay,
Motion
no one,
passed.
I'm sorry, nobody wants to do a motion to reconsider. It'd have to be someone that voted in favor of the cut. Okay. Personnel services. Purchase of services. Supplies. Other changes, charges and expenses. So ends animal control. On to sustainability. Sustainability, personnel services. Purchase of services, supplies. On to public services, highway division. Personnel services, purchase of services, supplies, capital outlay. Moving on, snow and ice, personnel services, purchase of services. So ends highways, planning and development. Personnel services, purchase of services, supplies.
Yes, Mr. President.
Please make your motion.
Motion to cut 500 each from 54200 and 55800.
Second.
These are supplies. Okay, second. Go ahead, Councilor Zede. Just go ahead. If you have the
Ditto.
floor, you made the motion.
Ditto, thank you.
Ditto. Any further discussion? Anything new? Roll call.
We cut 500 from 54200 and 55800. Council McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
Yes.
Councilor Shan,
Yes.
Councilor Tantar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
Muted.
Councilor Vogel,
Sorry, no.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Councilor Z,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Agaman.
No.
Motion
Further-
passes.
Further cuts in supplies? No. Licensing commission.
What was the result of that vote?
Motion passed. There were 4 no.
Thank you.
Licensing commission, personnel services, other charges and expenses. Conservation commission, personnel services. Historical commission, personnel services. Planning board, personnel services. Zoning board of appeals, personnel services. On to the building department. Personnel services, building department. Purchase of services. Commission on disabilities, personnel services. On to the parks department. Personnel services, up, Councilor Z.
Motion to cut 6100 from 51162.
Need a second. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
I've already made my case on this, so I'm not going to belabor the point. I just want to point out that this is brand new money that we could be actually, if we wanted to, be putting into the parks instead of putting it into paper or into desk work. So I just wanted to illustrate that point. That's all. Thank you.
Anything else? Anyone? Roll call.
Okay, can we confirm the amount once again?
6,100.
Zeroed out.
Zeroed out, okay. Councilor McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tontar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Z,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
No.
Motion fails.
Anything else in personnel services? Yes, Counselor Devlin.
Nope. Sorry, I jumped the gun.
All right. Purchase of services.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's the personnel services.
Go ahead.
5404, motion to cut from 51404, 3,900. So bring it down to 3,900.
Travel allowance?
Yep.
Further comments from counselors, cutting this in half by 3,900. Anything? Roll call.
Cutting 3,900 from 51404 in the Parks Department. Councilor McCauley,
Yes.
Councilor Connell,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tontar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
Yes.
Councilor Z,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Councilor Lane,
Yes.
Councilor Eigenman.
No. Matt,
Motion fails.
Matt Coogan.
I think the motion failed, so I don't need to comment.
All right, thank you. Counselor Z, did you have
Yep.
another?
I'd like to make a motion to waive the rules to go past 11.
Second.
Any debate? Counselor Khan.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Council President. I did need to use the bathroom. Are we going to take a break at any point? I don't know how long we're going, but
Yeah, I'll call one right after this. How about that?
okay, thank you.
All right. All those in favor of going past 11 o'clock and waiving the rule, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
No. I'll join in.
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay.
Motion passes.
Okay. The chair is going to call a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
So it was really awful. The debate.
Oh, God, yeah.
Did he do?
Joe Biden was fine.
Oh, okay.
And although he did miss a few opportunities, I have to admit, none of them really, it devolved into neither of them answering questions, and Donald Trump. Chris Wallace had to talk over Donald Trump.
but really emphasizing the health and safety, of our, 2,300 families and 400 staff members. With that being said, all of the planning that we've done, as Nancy said, we plan for all three models throughout the year. The budget supports all three models throughout the year. So at any time, if we have to go full remote or we stay with the hybrid or full in person, we're able with this budget to support all of those different learning models, which I think is really important. The other misconception, I think, that I talked to a bunch of parents today was the vote on the calendar at school committee. So the vote on the calendar was solely on professional development days. If you look at the original calendar, we had half professional development days on a few Fridays, and then we had a full professional development day. So what we decided, because of the hybrid model, is to really have as much in-person instruction as we can for the first half of the year. So we eliminated those professional development days so the students could be in person more. And the discussion around the calendar is would reevaluate professional development only in December, heading into the second half of the year. That had really nothing to do with our budget. This budget is a 9-month budget, which gets us through the end of the year. And I think we're in good shape. And the other piece that we provided both for our school committee and also the city council is the grant funds. So as you know, the COVID grant funds that cover leave, the COVID grant funds that covered additional cost have been submitted. And as part of the grant, it can't replace budgetary items. It has to be really allocated for just COVID related expenses. So that additional funding from the federal government and the state government has been very beneficial. And we haven't got official word, but there from the state and the commissioner's office, there is I guess an idea or hopeful that there's going to be another stimulus package to carry us from after December 31st, throughout the second half of the year. So I know it's a late night, but I just really wanted to really let the city council know that in collaboration with our school committee, in months of planning, we really anticipate and try to, I guess, predict the unpredictable and be ready for everything that comes our way. And I think at this time, a lot of the planning of the school department, we're in good shape. And I think we're in better shape than other districts around. And I'm just really proud of the work. And also just want to thank people that came out to support the schools and our teachers for speaking up, on our behalf tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Zede.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I've got a lot to say, unfortunately, so I apologize in advance. I want to start by just saying that, this situation, from my perspective, is just really sad. And, it's sort of the exact point that I personally didn't want to be in, which was having our backs against the wall, trying to pass a budget on basically on some sort of a timeline that in some ways is artificial and in some ways is real. And this is again, from my perspective, and a position that I really did diligently try to avoid by participating in that process. So there's all this talk about the planning that's happened over the last several months. I've observed, been a part of, advocated every step in that process. And so I know that process quite well. And I'll have more to say on the process, but this is, and the second sort of part of that is, it's been very sad to see how this has kind of played out in terms of the way different groups have been pitted against one another, parents versus teachers, teachers versus parents, teachers versus the administration, the city council versus the school committee, the city council versus the teachers, and on the list goes. And I saw a lot of that, unfortunately, from various people, perpetuated through emails and conversations and so forth. Just such a bummer to be here after many months of trying to avoid this exact position. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is, you know, unfortunately, and I guess some counselors have disdain for this too, but this is the process by which we actually effectuate priorities in the city. This is the process by which we have this debate annually. It's one of the most important things that we do all year. And one of the challenges with budgeting is that it is a somewhat blunt instrument. And right now we're talking about a budget that's going to govern the next 9 months. And it's so interesting to hear counselors, administrators, staff to talk about the uncertainty. Just a few short months ago, the uncertainty was used as the justification to do a 3-month budget. Now you have a counselor proposing basically an amendment or a proposal that basically follows the same exact path, which is we don't know what we don't know. So why don't we step into it as we go and we'll work on it together. But the reaction is we don't know, so we should pass it. I guess, you know, one counselor hears it one way and I hear it another way, which just doesn't make any sense to me. It's almost makes me incredulous that we used the same exact justification to pass a short-term budget a little while ago. So that's obviously very frustrating for me. To speak a little bit more about the process, I respect the superintendent's position that the process has gone well, but respectfully from my position, having sat through many of the meetings and participated or advocated when I can, I can't respectfully agree. We had a task force that met, you know, in closed meetings. There were no minutes. There was no public posting of those meetings. You know, we're using the help of volunteers, which is great, but that's not an inherently public process. So that's been very challenging. I have personally witnessed many snap votes taken by the school committee. So things that weren't in the packet, such as the budget, which was posted as a budget update, but ended up being a whole budget vote on August 3rd. And that was based on a budget that was built in April. For those who, it's so easy to forget, April, we were barely a month into the pandemic. So forget about getting focused on this year. We were just talking about last year. So I'm a little bit lost and respectfully just can't agree that it's been great and that one should feel confident in trusting the process going forward, given how the process has gone before. And I know that, you know, I wrote a lengthy letter. I looked at it just the other day just to see if I got any answers to any of my questions about 45 days ago. And I realized that letter was not received well in some corners, and that's okay. I wrote it so that it would be on the record, so that it would be clear that I was participating early and often, trying to get the questions, trying to collaborate, offering to work together. Unfortunately, I wasn't taken up and didn't get a response from many on that one, which is a bummer too. As far as where we are today and what we're trying to do now, here's the problem. So it's one thing to say that a budget can support any model. It's another thing to say that a budget can support any model well or the best. And this has been an ongoing conversation about the Newburyport Public Schools for me anyways, for years, which is how do you strive to be excellent? How do you strive to be in the top 10? Not how do you strive to be able to effectuate any plan and be able to get it done, but get it done. I'll read you a couple quotes from what we submitted to DESE. We don't have the square footage needed to adequately distance 2,300 students. Classroom distances we're not able to do it, the 6 foot for the breakfast and snack. Furthermore, the district does not have the resources to safely transport all students to and from the school for the in-person model. Beyond the space limitations, additional staff would be needed that are not accounted for in the local budget or in our supplemental grants to monitor spaces. In conclusion, it states, due to inadequate space, potential staff shortfalls, increased hiring needs, etc., financial constraints, and the impact of transportation, the Newburyport Public Schools is selecting a hybrid model. I'm not disputing the need to start with a hybrid model. I'm not disputing that we need to go to an in-person tomorrow or that I even know the exact date we should be going to an in-person model. What I am saying is the primary impediments that were identified are all money. It's all money, and that's what we do here. And it's amazing that even counselors want to box the city council out of the conversation by saying, just let it go. We're the people. When you hear people say they'll take care of it, we're the they. That's us. We're part of that continuum of power in the city. And our main role in it is the money. And so I'm amazed that we cannot fathom a case or a way or somehow that money could have a difference in the plan that we're going to implement or we want to implement. In fact, yesterday, we did receive some idea or a draft, let's call it, and it was very welcome to see something trying to put together. There's lots of debate to be had on that document. For example, going back to full in-person essentially requires a vaccine. That's a pretty big, bold statement. Is it right? I'm not sure. That's a public conversation that needs to be had. It's been a really long year for all of us. And unfortunately, some will take my comments and make it sound like I'm just trying to denigrate everybody and I'm just the no guy and I don't care and I'm just being a pain in the butt. Couldn't be further for the truth. I want to support parents. I want to support students. I want to support the teachers. Teachers do need to be able to go back to a safe environment. So I keep hearing not until it's safe. Of course, not until it's safe. I couldn't agree more. I think that being safe and being safer will actually require more funding. And unfortunately, if we pass this budget in whole and in full, and this will be my final point, we are out of the conversation and we will not be invited into the conversation. With all due respect, the mayor does not invite us into conversations that she doesn't have to. That's her prerogative. I get that, but there's been no effort to make it collaborative. Again, I've tried. I've been a part of the process. I was invited to be a part of the process last year when I was told that I shouldn't comment on the budget because I didn't do everything, and in fact, there's somebody in the chat telling me to shut up. So it's a wonderful evening. I've made my points, and I hope that the councilors that have spoken will reconsider their position. This is a very moderate, elegant solution to a very difficult problem. There's been no interruption to the schools, which I don't think anybody wants, but it gives us a way to continue having the conversation and figuring out, for example, if we need more testing, if we need more supplies, and having that in-person discussion in a more public way, in a better process than we've done over the last several months, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next would be Councillor Tantar. Councillor Tantar, do you want to go ahead or do you want to go after the mayor?
I'll defer to the mayor.
Okay. Mayor Holliday.
I have to take a deep breath. In terms of all of the things that Councillor Z has just stated. Yes, I did say that I would like him to be more involved in the school budget process before he would make decisions on the floor. And I appreciate his increased involvement this year in terms of that process. As we look at what the schools have put together for their budget this year, and the fact that 82% of the budget is contractual, they have accounted for, I think Lysek spoke very eloquently about the budget and what we have accomplished. There is no reason that we cannot, because of where we are in the city with the schools and the pandemic, that we cannot continue to have this level of dialogue about the school process and input. It can be part of your agenda every single meeting going forward. We want that kind of input. There's no reason why we cannot have that kind of collaboration going forward. We need your input as councilors and representative of all of our wards in the city. We are welcome to that. I understand that there is a real focus on moving forward with increased transparency, communication, posting of meetings, but there was nothing that the school district did that was in violation of any process, open meeting law, etc. They were working as fast, as deep, and as hard as they could. Their PowerPoints of the summary of what they accomplished is on the district website. Every member of the committees is listed on the website. So you know exactly what each committee was working on, their focus, and their outcome. We made some missteps on the school committee. I will admit that. We tried really hard trying to keep up with everything that was going on. But our ultimate goal was to support the education of our kids, our superintendent, our teachers, and I think we accomplished that in the end. Now, I really believe, and I mean that as mayor and chair of the school committee, that we will work with you at every single meeting about where we are with the schools. And I know that Sean believes that too. But where we are right now, in my conversations with Commissioner Riley on Friday, with legal, is that you put our school district in terms of funding in jeopardy. We have an October 1 report that is due October 1st, but I understand Nancy is sort of working with a little more leeway, which is 65, 70-page report, which we would be happy to share with all of you, that is required by the state in terms of all of our statistics, funding, and that funding that is appropriated by the council tonight implicates our Title I, our IDA, special ed, our Chapter 70 funding, because that is the number we will use going forward. We are also required by law to not decrease our special ed funding below what our past year's level was. So I'm asking you to have some faith in the 500 people who have come together and have spent hours training this summer, that asked for a few more weeks from the school committee so they could get more sophisticated in terms of their live streaming. We're doing it. We've had 3 cases in 3 weeks in the schools, and our plan worked. We were able to isolate and contact trace. Yes, it would be great if we could test every student and every teacher, but we do not have those supplies or resources, nor do any other school district. We are doing well. And in addition to everything that we have been challenged with this year, our superintendent has added into this year's budget something that our community has wanted for 5 years. Start school later. Dual credit with partnerships with colleges for our kids to get dual credit before they graduate, and introduced world language within the confines of the budget. We are moving in the right direction. Have some trust. Please support and fund the budget that is before you. I promise we will continue direct and ongoing collaboration about opening the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to Councillor Tantar.
Right, thank you. First of all, what one councilor mentioned uncertainty, and I have a little different in memory of what we discussed when we did the continuing appropriation last spring. And the uncertainty there was, first of all, in what the state was going to do. We had no idea what level of funding for Chapter 70 or Chapter 90 that the state would provide, or for unrestricted funds. And that is a fairly significant hole in our planning. Secondly, we had no real good idea what was going to happen to our local revenues. And so there was that uncertainty. I think we have more certainty for fiscal year 21 now than we did last May. There is still uncertainty, but it's the uncertainty of the virus. It's uncertainty of the way that our knowledge is increasing about the virus, and also it's presenting more mysteries, right? And you're not quite sure how it's going to affect, and we're not quite sure how human beings are going to react to those different realities. And I'll give you an example. Remember at college, where I'm emeritus, so they still send me the emails. They did significant planning. They opened up in, we would, on this level, we'd call it a hybrid model. They use that term. And you probably have seen from the news that they have a cluster. And they had planned that cluster, and they had done, they had done a good job. The class coming into Merrimack this fall was the second largest freshman class in the college's history. They had assured people. But when that cluster hit the Monacan dormitory, right, and the staff, faculty, but more than that, students reacted to that cluster by saying, we are going to get out of here. We're not safe. That's the uncertainty. All right. The college had rented apartment houses off campus, had quarantine, had great testing. One thing that they couldn't take into account is the human element, which was how people would respond when confronted with that kind of spike in the community. That's, I think, is what is meant by uncertainty. And from talking to the superintendent, all right, from participating in the workshops, I'm impressed with the plan that has been developed, all right, to start, all right, remotely, to nail that part of the program down as much as possible, and then to assess, right, on a bi-weekly basis, right, what the condition is and whether or not it is safe to increase in-person education where the physical environment presents an extremely challenging situation, right? Finally, I just gotta say, I just don't like the idea of using the budget in this way. I think, on the other side of it, when I was a department head, and there were some tough years, if I was going month to month without not knowing what my full budget was, if I had to, if I had to spend time during the academic year working on trying to rationalize a budget or responding to that kind of thing, it would be a distraction. It would be a distraction from my prime goal, which is to educate. And I'm afraid that if we hold this $5 million back, it will be a terrible distraction. I want the school administration and the teachers not to be distracted. I want them to focus on what will be a very challenging job this year, right? Which is to give the best possible education to Newburyport's children. So I will not vote for this.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lane, I think you deferred before to Nancy Lysick, so you haven't spoken yet, correct?
I did, yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
So a couple things here, and I might be a little bit more long-winded than I usually am. When I wake up to messages from friends of mine who I've known my entire life asking me why I'm holding the budget hostage, I find that abhorrible. I've seen a lot of things go on. I've seen a lot of messages come in. I've seen a lot of emails come in. I've seen a lot of bad messaging being spread throughout the city. I don't know where it's coming from, but it comes directly to me. And yeah, I might have thin skin, but I take it personally. My objective here is not to deprive the schools. It's to make sure that we be fiscally responsible in this time of a pandemic. Yes, a lot of hard work has gone in. I respect everybody that's put in work. I know myself, it's just been an eye-opener for me. When we look at things and we can say out of both sides of we're talking out of both sides of our mouth, essentially. We don't know what's going to go on, but we need this. So I'm not looking to take away, and I'm not trying to, hold anybody hostage. I'm not trying to make a point. I'm not trying to force a plan. I'm not trying to do anything other than be responsible here. Okay. We're in a pretty bad situation. I've said it for 5 years. We're one bad global event from being in a bad situation as far as taxes and the onus that it's going to present to the taxpayer. So when I see things like that come across, it's like my only objective here when I ran for this position was to help people. Okay. A couple of counselors asked me, why are you doing this? You say to help people. That's the feel-good answer. Why are you doing this? I have no other objective other than to help people, to protect the taxpayer. I love this community. I grew up in this community. It's changed quite a bit since I was a kid running around outside the Brown School. Okay, so what I do here is only to protect the taxpayer. If you ask me to look at it as a business owner, I want to know what we're looking at, left, right, center. I want to know worst case scenario. I want to know, best case scenario, and to come in level funded. Okay, I can see that. And I'm not looking to take away money from anybody. But I also don't want, at the end of the day, for anyone, any resident in this city, in Ward 6 especially, I represent the 2,300 people up here, and I've had multiple times where people come to me and say, well, we've heard this project's going to be put on hold because of COVID. But then to come in and then to speak out of the other side of our mouth and say, yeah, we're level funded as far as our schools when we might not even have an operational cost. It makes me really raise an eyebrow here. Why are we telling people that their projects that they've been put off for years and years aren't going to happen because of the pandemic, yet we're coming in level funded here? There's no worst case scenario. There's no best case scenario. I have the utmost faith and respect for all of the employees of the school, the superintendent, the task force. They're only working to do the best they can, which is what all of us are trying to do essentially. So my big thing is, if there's overages at the end of the year and people have been told that construction needs and public safety needs and things that we need around the city are on hold because of the pandemic, yet we come in with an overage, my head will explode. So that's where I'm coming from. I have full faith that, funding it, no problem. If they're doing the right thing, and I'm sure they are, that's great. But when other aspects of the city are told that they are on hold because of the pandemic, I have a huge problem with that. So I don't intend on holding this hostage, quote unquote. All of the misinformation that's been spread around town, I don't know where that's coming from. It's disgusting to me. It's quite frankly disgusting to me. So I wanted to hear this debate happen. I wanted to hear everybody's perspective. I wanted to hear Nancy Lysick. I wanted to hear what she had to say. I've talked to a number of people around town, but that's where I'm coming from. I just want to do it right and make sure we get it done with the mindset of the taxpayer, not what we want or not what any subset or anything else that's been accused of people out there want. I just want to get it right the first time.
Thank you, Counselor. Next is Counselor Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and all those who have spoken before me. I truly don't know where to start. I hear the mayors. I've got to take a deep breath. I've had to do it several times today, starting at about 4:15 when I woke up this morning saying, what the heck happened? I feel in some respects we're living in a bizarro world where counselors who have been stalwart defenders and advocates for the schools are getting hammered that somehow they want to shut down schools. I'm befuddled. I am rarely at a loss for words and a loss for written language, and I had a really hard time responding to people today. I made the mistake over the weekend of kind of going electronic free and doing a lot of work around the house. And then I was at a golf tournament, charity golf tournament yesterday, ironically enough, for the Immaculate Conception School with a bunch of Catholic school parents, several of them who were new to the Catholic school because their parents had moved out of the public school system because they didn't feel they were going to be able to get what they needed from them this year. And it's interesting, in talking to them yesterday, the overriding thing that resounded with me is the administration going to each parent and saying, what do you need for this coming school year? And then trying to accommodate that. So there are some people there that are 5 days a week full-time. There are some there that are remote. There are some there that are part-time. It's all based on some parent preferences. It's not perfect. You heard some complaints Not everybody knew that they could choose, all in person full time, but it was an interesting ironic, because I came back to a bunch of emails with the people saying that it's going to be, we listened to, I wanted to interrupt public comment just to say, I haven't heard anybody propose rejecting the budget so that school teachers don't get paid starting October 1st. I really had no idea what people were talking about when I really sat down and started looking at the emails last night and today. The only thing that I could think of close to this was in our budget workshop with this superintendent a month ago, Counselor McCauley, in a very polite and respectful way, after I had questioned the superintendent for about 35 minutes, 40 minutes on operations and what was going to happen and projections for the future, Counselor McCauley very politely, and I think in a collaborative manner, said, boy, it's too bad that we couldn't pass another temporary budget because it seems like we're not going to have a lot of these questions answered until January, and we have to see where things are going. Literally, I've written down about 500 things that I want to comment on, but I'm baffled. It doesn't bother anybody that we're about to pass a budget that anticipates full in-person attendance, but there is no, up until yesterday, there was no standard for even increasing the number of people up to 50% in our schools, up until yesterday. And it was this fantastical story that a small junta of very vocal people, which I will talk about later, I cannot stand that designation. Some of the best things that have ever happened in politics and all facets of life has started with a small, vocal, dedicated group of people. And I like to look at them not as, I actually don't even think it's that small a group, but I like to look at them as people who are just like us. They have kids, they're trying to do the best for their kids, and they're trying to figure out a crazy, crazy world right now. And I'll give that benefit of the doubt to everybody. And I would submit to all of you, so would they. They were not, and I was trying to figure out, where is it coming from? This language, I got the same language from 20 people, small vocal minority, minority trying to hijack take hostage the system. I hadn't really looked at the mayor's email from 6 o'clock on Monday when we got sent some things that we had been asking for. So by the way, this is 13 and a half hours before our meeting tonight. As you are all aware, there's been an effort by a minority group of parents to defund the schools as they believe we should be providing full in-person learning. So now I know the source. That language was used in 20 emails to me. It's the vilification of residents who are trying to do the best for their parents is abhorrent to me. Abhorrent. Because all of you can be in that situation, and you have. People are learning this. People from the Institute for Safe Neighbors around the Institute, they're learning what happens when the full weight of public opinion, uninformed public opinion, gets rolling against you as a small vocal minority who is trying to protect their home, trying to educate their children, or trying to figure out where the educational system for their children is going and whether they should pull the plug like a lot of those IC kids and move. And a lot of people have gone off to prep schools. Berwick is loving us right now. GDA is loving us, or Governor's Academy, whatever they call themselves now. St. John's Prep Middle School and High School is loving us. People are pulling the parachute cord. It's not good for our community. It's not good for our school systems. So let me just, so I tried, again, I'm trying to figure out where this idea that either rogue counselors or rogue band of minority, vocal minority people, or minority of parents are trying to get their way. And so I went back to that. I think the genesis was Jim McCauley's, Council McCauley's conversation. And, again, so I called him today and you know, he said, well, yeah, one of the things that I'm thinking about doing is this. And the idea is we shouldn't be approving a budget that isn't narrowly tailored to what's going to be happening. I would say I heard the assistant finance director, Lysick, state that every year we carry over $1 million. I specifically asked that question in the workshop. It was $1 million. I actually thought the number was 2, that was 2 and 2.5 that was saved, using quotes, not really saved, but from the fact that we didn't have in-person learning in March, April, May, and June. So, but that there was money. It was supplies. It was toilet papers. It was one of the things that made me think about cutting some of the heating budgets for buildings that aren't being used as much as they normally are. Is that's one of the things they said. We save money on HVAC costs and fuel. So now, the mayor's comments, I'm still trying to process those, but let me try. There's been so many meetings. We seem to have a short attention span. Like, again, the teachers, the people that were writing and accusing us of somehow working to you know, kill the budget and holding it hostage. Again, 3 or 4 years ago, there's a core of us who led the charge to protect the teachers' unions' health insurance, and didn't even let it go to committee because it had just been part of the collective bargaining. And now I'm being, it's suggested that I'm going to hold the budget hostage. But even just a shorter term memory, because I just kind of hear the people repeating the same things that they repeated. But there's been a number of meetings just since August that a lot of us have attended. And I'm thinking that maybe some of the people that were in public comment didn't attend because some of the facts seemed new to them, or they didn't seem to have all the facts. But the first notice that we got of the preview of the reopening plan was sometime around August 10th in an email. I heard someone mention that, and there was no discussion about in person, the 3 plans that were supposed to be submitted to DESE. And intelligent people who have children want to know that. They want they're going to come up with alternatives, and they're going to want to know, how'd you come to this decision? And so one of the things that I suggested, which got turned around on me today, I said, well, I asked 20 or so questions about the task force, because I said, I can't find any information on this task force. And I don't see any published meeting minutes or any summaries or any conclusions. I don't even know who's on the task force. The answer I got at the school committee meeting or one of our meetings was, I should have asked one of the school committee members. And I said, okay, so what happens if you're just a resident who wants to go look up on the website? I actually had that turned around on me today, and someone mentioned it in public comment, and the mayor just mentioned it. She said, those things are published on the school website. Yeah, they're on there because I complained about it and they put them up. You can't turn that around, and Councilor Z complained about it. You can't turn that around and say, see, we posted them. Yeah, you posted them because someone spoke up, and not just me. The 3 members of the city council also spoke up. I mean, school committee also spoke up. So those were my questions. Where are all, and why didn't you publish? Because if you had published this, you might have answered half the smart people's questions in this community. We have a lot of smart people. We have a lot of successful people. They have a lot of ideas. Part of the thing is, if you keep them in the dark, this has not been a transparent process. That doesn't mean I am personally attacking anybody who's been involved in it. I actually don't think they've participated in non-transparency purposefully. But, you know, that, you know, and this phantom vote against the budget, it actually had beneficial results because we finally got the matrix of of adding more kids to the school system, which was absent from the discussion. Again, I'm blown away that rational people couldn't say for the school committee to decide on a reopening plan and the efficacy of a reopening plan, plus for the residents who, there were hundreds of residents. I know I heard someone mention today that we got a lot of emails. We got about 25. There were at least 100 people on the school committee meeting, and most of them were not happy with the reopening plan. Okay, so you can't just go with what just happened. This has been going on now for 2 months. So, but one of the things, one of the small vocal minority plus all the other people that were on that August 17th meeting as well, one of the things they said was there are no metrics to move into greater learning. The biggest complaint was that the high school had no in-person learning. You all act like what's happening now, the fact that they're starting October 5th, was something that was proposed originally. It wasn't. That was the complaint. I spoke, Councilor Zeid spoke, I believe Councilor Khan spoke, 100 residents spoke who had kids in the system. 3 school committee members kept on going back to, if you can go watch the video, I would expect that anybody who took the time to send me the form letter that had the same language about holding people hostage, go look at the August 17th school committee meeting. By the way, it was supposed to be a joint meeting. It got canceled at the end, right before the meeting. We were supposed to participate. 60% of the elected officials were supposed to participate. It got canceled right before that because we were only going to have 2 minutes to speak akin to public comment. So our council president canceled it because it was not what was promised. That then leads me back to one of the things that the mayor did say is trust us. Trust that we work collaboratively with you. I have not seen a track record of collaborative work with the city council from our mayor's office. I'm sorry. It's just not, it hasn't happened. Some of you have a great collaborative relationship with her. Many of us don't. Okay, so I apologize, and I don't mean any, but there is a trust deficit there. And so, and there's a trust deficit with residents who have been the subject of alienation because they are a small vocal minority. That's in the mayor's email to us. Alienating a group of residents who are concerned about their children. It's unbelievable. And I'm sorry I'm taking up so much time for this, but there's just so much to go over. But I'm going to say again, we had to go to the brink, or we didn't even go to the brink. This, whatever mythical thing that came out, I don't even know what the genesis of it was, but we got the matrix that everybody had been asking for, or a lot of people had been asking for. What criteria is it until we go into full in-person learning? And then that's something that we should have been discussing August 1st. I got a chance because the chief of staff sent me, he said, oh, I found the stuff you were looking for on the school website. It wasn't there. When I looked, it just got posted. I think someone mentioned that Sean Gallagher had redone, Superintendent Gallagher had redone the website to add that stuff. Great. I'm happy that he responded to my complaints. I am. This is not a vilification of him. It's not an accusation against the job that everybody's done. Because from all these meetings that I've attended, I think there are things that we all agree on. Every single person, except for maybe a couple people that, you know, I'm just never going to convince of anything. I've never been able to do it in 5 years. But we are in very difficult times. Everybody agrees with that, including the vocal minority of parents, selfish parents, or whatever we're calling them. There are many unknowns in this time. Absolutely. People have worked hard on this issue. Administrators, yes. Teachers, absolutely. My first statement on this at the school committee meeting, August 17th on reopening was, I have the notes right here. we have 2.5 stakeholder groups, students, teachers, and half of it is the parents. And I think us as parents, because we're parents, we're going to sacrifice. My family has made an enormous financial sacrifice because my kids are home remotely. Enormous sacrifice. Okay. Other families have made enormous sacrifices, but we're willing to do that because that's what we do as parents. Students and the teachers are two, and if we had started the conversation with that, I think we'd be farther along. It took 45 minutes at that August 17th meeting to get to the point that teachers are really afraid, and that's a legitimate place to start. But we didn't. We had to drag it out. Same thing to get this metrics. I don't think it's an irrational thing to say, give us a metrics for how we can get more kids if we can. Because again, I'm hearing false narratives here. If I hear one more time, we can't push our kids into full in-person. I have not heard that proposed by anyone. I have never proposed it. I have 3 kids in the school system. Councilor Zeid has never proposed it. The small vocal minority of people, of parents, I don't think they're a cohesive unit. Maybe some of them have, but their bigger problem, the parents I have heard from, which is, again, probably a minority of the citizens. Here's why I hate this idea of a small vocal minority. We can't, a democracy doesn't work if we just look for the barest 50.001% and roll. It leads to a disgruntled and unhappy city. And in this case, so everybody's position is valid and needs to be heard. And if we can accommodate it, that's what we should do. But in this case, we probably are parents. We are a minority. Parents with school-age children are a minority in this community, for sure. There are a lot of retirees here. I'm not saying people don't care about it, but they've sold their houses elsewhere. They bought it and come in for a little city/country living. So if 80% of the people wanted some more in-person learning, as the surveys seem to suggest, 80% of the school-age population, which is already a minority, it is a smaller minority, but they are the most, other than the teachers, they are the most important stakeholding group. And we can't just dismiss what they're saying, but we're doing it. We keep on saying, well, we can't go to full in-person. Nobody is suggesting that. But by the way, this supposed coup or whatever was going to happen, I haven't been able to talk to, I'm not on Facebook, but I haven't been able to talk to anybody to see if this has been on, this is something that originated in Facebook, but it actually provided the impetus to get what we wanted. Yes, it was a par for the course. It was 13 and a half hours before our meeting, but we at least got it. And there's some satisfaction. So my position, I was hoping to hear some debate here, and it sounds like people have already made up their minds. And so, but I had stated to a couple of residents, I am open-minded about this. I do not want to vote against the budget and have a constitutional crisis. However, I did tell the mayor's chief of staff today, I always have an open mind for some compromise that might be able to address Councilor McCauley's position. In fact, Councilor McCauley's position is from my conversation. Part of it is part of my conversation, which is we can have something less to hold, and as a council to make sure, yes, we could have all the resolutions in the world. You need to come back and talk to us, but without the budget contingency, we get ignored all the time. We got ignored August 17th. We didn't get included in that joint meeting. We all voted to be included in that joint meeting. We said we will not accept this budget unless we're included. Then they were going to give you 2 minutes, just like public comment. You all should be insulted by that. And we need to have, we were talking about $5,000 salary to give us institutional credibility. We have to demand institutional credibility ourselves. And we can't just say, well, we got to leave it up to the educators. That's not our job. Our job is to approve this budget. That's why we sit. The biggest, longest workshops we've had in the 5 years that I've been a city councilor has been with the schools. And we sit down and we ask them a lot of questions. That was not an abnormality, how long I took questioning the schools. I've done that every year. It was not because of COVID. Because budget goes with operations. And right now, this budget doesn't go with the operations. And that's where I'm, again, I don't want a nuclear option, but that's where I'm, there is a trust deficit. I don't know if people are going to work collaboratively with us. And I don't know how to make it, to ensure that it happens. Because here's what I'd like to see happen. We finally got to look at this metrics for reopening or adding more people. It's not perfect. It could benefit from some input. Nobody's had any time to put any input in. The school committee didn't discuss it. Three members of the school committee wanted it, according to the August 17th meeting, wanted this. So, I think that's, and again, I want to go back to the August 17th meeting because 3 school committee members said repeatedly, what is your plan to get more people into our high school? How can we be guaranteed you will get in there? And all the input from parents. The reopening plan was changed that night, changed to allow for more in-person attendance immediately. And that was done, and people were thankful about it. And then it changed. And again, we all understand executive session. We all understand union negotiations. And so, but it changed again. And you have to put yourself in the place of parents who aren't, counselors and can't call people and say, what the hell happened? They're out in the dark, and that's not a good place to be when you're raising children. I am very, 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 very concerned about my children's education. I wish I had the money to send them to St. John's Prep. I'm heartsick, because I'm not sure where we're going, and I am supposedly in the know. So I think I've gone on long enough. I will say one more thing.
Yeah, please wrap up so we can.
Okay. I have received countless emails and in-person communications all over the city with people, with parents, and I would say it's not a small vocal minority, even if that matters. But I would say it is a large population of the parent-aged, or school-aged parents, and I would like to see us try to collaboratively find some way of satisfying. We're going to be close. We're going to be 5-5. I still haven't made up my mind. We still want to hear some things, but that's a really close vote, and there's got to be a way. You all complimented Councilor McCauley on his effort, but you don't want to try to find a way to give him something and to give others something that would make them feel like they still had some control of the process. I know I would. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace has not spoken yet. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Council President Egerman. Yeah, I kind of want to just take a look at what I'm hearing from both sides. Yes, it's a pandemic and things are not normal, and we can't be expected to be going, full person into the school. And I think everybody gets that. But I do want to say thank you to the teachers and the school administration and the school committee, because you guys are working extremely hard. We support you. I can't even imagine the amount of work that you have put into this. We are on your side. I do want to say that the emails that came in were pretty surreal at some point, because they were saying what the council was going to do or was thinking of doing, and I had no idea that some of these were happening, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I definitely am a big fan of transparency, providing information, and I think the process could have been better. I think the Newburyport residents, we just want to hear what's going on. We can take it. I think sometimes we just want to hear the information so we can take the next step. So if the schools aren't going to be fully open, we just need to know that. Or if the high school is going to be fully remote, we need to know that maybe a little bit ahead of, just getting an email about it. So I think there's some improvements that could happen in that respect. I do agree with Councilor McCauley, Councilor from Ward 5, that the budget that we see is from a while ago, and it's not necessarily tied to how things are operating right now. It would be nice to have some sort of revised budget, because things are much different than they were back in the spring and the summer, and there's still things being learned, as we go. But one of the concerns, I think K-8, my son is in 5th grade and he's doing hybrid. And so far, we're just happy that he's in school 2 days a week. He has a wonderful teacher and classmates. But I think, the big concern is the high school. And I just want to make sure that we as a community are looking at everything we can to get the high school students in an extra day, an extra 2 days. I mean, we need to look at the senior center. I know it's for seniors, but it's not being used right now. We need to look at the Brown School. There are classrooms in there. I think we can do this. Think outside of the box. So those are some of the things that I'm hearing. So it's a tough decision. I think Councilor McCauley has a great idea, kind of phasing this. But at the same time, I'm hearing things tonight, that the teachers have had a lot of input and the administration. And honestly, I got emails from my son's 4th grade teacher from last year and his 5th grade teacher from this year. And if you think about it, if you remember when everything went remote last year and everybody thought, oh my God, thank God for teachers. Because you realize, when your kid is home all day, how valuable they are. And again, it's a tough decision, but in the end, I trust the teachers and I'm listening to them, and I will not be supporting this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone who hadn't spoken has spoken. We now have 3 counselors who want to speak on rebuttal. Is there anyone else who's going to speak on rebuttal? Could you please raise your hands now? Okay, in order, Councilor Vogel.
Oh, I think I was going to be last. I just wanted to speak to what Councilor at Large Tantar spoke to about the, I got to get my thoughts back together here, about what we know and what we don't know, and I agree with what he was saying. So yes, at one time we didn't know and we were cautious about it, and at this time we don't know and we're sort of less cautious. We're kind of letting the opportunity unfold before us. So that's the difference there. I kind of take objection to the fact that we're using it in 2 different ways. Again, speaking with the superintendent, and I also speak with a lot of parents, things are moving well, and parents are happy from the ones that I hear about, not only through emails, but the ones I encounter on a daily basis. Things are really coming together. Last spring, when this thing hit, it was a nightmare. No 2 ways about it. But the summer's come along. They've worked really hard. I trust in this administration. I trust in this effort. I trust in these paid professionals. I think we need to give them every opportunity, whatever comes along, and we do that by providing them with the budget that they put together. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Z is next.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I killed one headset, so I had to switch. I just wanted to respond. I know I'm like a million years away, but So one is I do want to state a couple things about the open meeting. So today, for example, that was mentioned that there's been no issues with open meeting, and I'm not here to be able to adjudicate claims on open meeting, but I can tell you that on August 3rd, I attended a school committee meeting as an attendee. There was a posted budget update that was converted on the fly into a budget vote. It took about 2 minutes to do, and I was not pleased with that. I think I made that known. I didn't see fit to file an open meeting law complaint. It wasn't worth it, but I just wanted you to know. And then today we received a signed letter by more than a quorum of the school committee. And I, having attended all the last meetings, know that that was never discussed in a public meeting. So I'm just not clear on how that could have been submitted. So there have been issues. That's my feeling. Obviously that's for someone else to adjudicate, but I'm just telling you. Number two is, I don't understand the argument about the uncertainty before is different than the uncertainty now. I mean, I actually found Councillor Tantar's points to be compelling, that we don't know how people will react. We don't know what will happen. All those things are true. That's sort of exactly what I'm saying. I just didn't draw the connection to how that then doesn't lead to a conclusion that a shorter term budget makes more sense. The last thing I just want to say is just, some people have said, I don't like the idea of using the budget. If somebody has an idea that isn't just hold your breath and see, I'm all ears, but it seems like we've already forgotten that just 3 weeks ago we had to use the budget as a tool to compel the reopening plan that we're under now after it was edited to be given to us. That was just a few weeks ago. So I'm a little bit at a loss there as to what other tools people think counselors have. This is it. This is the big show. There are no other tools. I mean, certainly we can all take our hat in our hands and continue to attend meetings and write emails. I've tried, but I've not found much success with it. So I'd love to hear from other counselors what tools they think there are, because I'm not aware. Maybe I'm still learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Khan will be last unless someone else raises his hand or her hand. Go ahead, Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Council President. A lot has been said, and I'm not going to, go over anything unless it's relevant to, I think, this final vote that we hopefully will make soon. And just a couple of points I do want to, that I just want to put out there as at least my kind of summary. And I completely hear everything that has been stated about maybe something being a little broken in the process. And that's obviously the fact that we're talking this late. Everyone still seems very alert. That means we really care about this issue, and we're really probably reflecting a little bit about how we felt through this journey, and that there are significant areas that improvement could have been made. And I think everyone's had said that very well. Some of the other counselors that spoke, those who are on education committee with me, I was one of the ones suggesting the joint meeting. To me, in theory, it sounded like a great opportunity for counselors to be there with school committee, and I was surprised when that did not end up panning out. And I just feel like this is a learning opportunity, and it's unfortunate that it has to come kind of on the heels of something that's a time where we really all should be working together and being really collaborative, creative, just communicating in the best way to move forward, because it is a really valuable asset, or I want to say a valuable kind of piece of our future. It's our children, right? And we all really want the best for them. And even if it's not our own children, it's other people's children. This is our future. So in hearing all of that, here's my kind of, at the end of the day, while I did compliment, I'm one of the counselors that did, tell the counselor from Ward 5 that I appreciated his process, because, the email we got was defund the school budget. And in essence, taking $5 million out is defunding the school budget. So, I could have said, oh, that's a horrible idea. But I want to just say, I understand what the drivers would be for that. I completely understand his approach by looking at it, saying, here's our in-person budget that we saw before COVID. And then COVID happens. Then our whole way of delivering education modified. And then how do you see that reflected in the budget we're seeing? First, we got the 3 months, and then we got now the full 9 months. I could see his thought process. And that's what I was complimenting is, yep, I see where those kind of puzzles, that those pieces are probably a little hard to connect. But with that said, I just want to leave people with, again, going back to at the end of the day, listening to everyone, who I really appreciate everyone's very thoughtful comments here. At the end of the day, here's what I myself personally will do is I will not support cutting any piece of this. And here's where I want to defend myself a little bit on why. And again, I like to do my research, and I know like everyone has their own ways of trying to collect their data. But what I did is once we did get the metrics document, which I will definitely say it's nice to have that, would have been nice to have earlier. But now that I had it, I was able to define and see this type of our specific region and what are going to be our own little cohorts in terms of the towns next to us and the towns that will be included for us to kind of look at when you come up with the number of cases per population. And in looking at those, I actually created a spreadsheet and I looked up each of those areas' reopening plans. I looked at each of their budgets and when they approved their budgets. They all pretty much, most of them approved the budget back when, at the end of June. And what we did here is, and I don't, you know, I'm not at all faulting any of the thought process, but we did not do that. You know, we could have, but we didn't. And instead we chose to take these 3-month kind of appropriation snapshot because of uncertainty of how much we would get, how much would the grant be able to supplement. So we took a different path. But almost all those other communities approved their budget. Then they developed a reopening plan that was introduced in August. And in that reopening plan, I looked and I was really strictly looking for that in-person snapshot to correlate and see how are they justifying it from a financial perspective. And there was no justification. Really, it was about, many of them just wrote up saying, we can't meet the requirements that are out there for doing in-person in some of these buildings. So we didn't flesh it out more. And I really, so for me, what we have in front of us is not so different than all these other communities. If I just, again, I only spent time looking at the 17 or 18 places that we have in that, under our metrics in terms of that kind of perimeter, the close proximity definition. And I didn't even look at New Hampshire. So I'll say my research was not that extensive to the other state. But with that said, at the end of the day, I really do feel like this budget is workable to get to what the expectations are from a manner of delivering curriculum, which is really important to me, regardless of how you're delivering curriculum, whether it's remote, hybrid, or in person. It's really curriculum delivery. How are they delivering that? And that's, again, what I see with my sixth grader who's at the middle school, and I'm watching, she's doing a hybrid approach, and I'm seeing that delivery. It's not optimal. I'm not going to say I love it. I don't love it. I had to chase her around the house today to get her to sit in her chair and actually participate. But it's not easy for any of us. But at the end of the day, having metrics, having a way to have protocols in place for public health and public safety and curriculum delivery are my key points. And I'm going to support that to make sure this happens. Thank you.
Thank you. I got one more hand that went up, is Councilor Zede. Is there anyone else? Councilor Zede.
All I want to say is I respect those points, but I just hope that someday, sometime, we get to have a talk about how we're going to be the best, how we're going to best other communities and be exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've talked it out. Clerk Jones, please remind us of the motion and call the roll.
It's a motion to cut 5 million from line 53207, first and seconded. Ready for a roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
No.
Councilor Shan.
No.
Councilor Tantar.
No.
Councilor Vogel.
No.
Councilor Wallace.
No.
Councilor Zede.
Yes.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
No.
Councilor Lane.
No.
Counselor Agaman.
No.
Motion fails.
Any further motions on Newburyport Public Schools? Seeing none. Essex North Shore Technical High School. Whittier Regional Technical High School. That's it for schools.
Wait a minute. You know, if we're working, and I know the mayor revised the budget, but what came into us was different for both Essex North Shore and Whittier Votech.
Well,
So
we
just,
better make an amendment then.
yeah, so first of all, for for Essex North Shore Technical School, I would increase by $18,000 to $99,500.
Is there a second?
We can't increase lines. Can't make a motion to increase the line.
Yeah, that's correct.
But the mayor, I don't know, the mayor came in with the mayor's requesting this. I'm not. I mean, the mayor, I'm just supporting what the administration asked for.
City Solicitor Mark Rich. So the mayor can come in and supplement. Can she supplement something that's not before us? If he's still there.
Yes, I'm still here, Mr. President. In my opinion, the mayor would have to come back with a supplemental appropriation on this matter.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So then I'll go to Whittier Votech cut $22,306.
Second.
Any discussion of that? Hold on. There's life out there. Mayor Holliday.
I just have a point of order. You voted down the amendment, but you didn't vote on the school budget.
Yeah, we vote on everything at the end. We don't vote on each piece. We do everything at the end.
Okay.
I believe that's the way we always do it. I know it's late, but that's the way we do it.
I just wanted to be sure. Okay, thank you.
No, we didn't vote it down. Don't worry. Ethan Manning.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the two vocational school assessments, I did just want to make a point of order for Mark, just to make sure he understood what the circumstance was. Mark, the mayor actually revised her proposal for these two line items in the form of submitting a recommendation as such to the council based on the revised assessments. So based on that, do you feel like the city council should be able to act on those revised amounts at this point?
Mr. President, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Obviously with something before us now that, I don't have the full background on, if the mayor presented a revised number as part of the budget proposal that's before the council, then that would be before the council. And I guess that's something that maybe Ethan can clarify. The issue is whether this is a proposal that was brought before the council as part of the mayor's recommendation and request as the budget. And I'm just not aware of.
Yeah, Ethan, when did it come in? I can't. So much has happened in the last month. When did it come in?
It came in early the last week, as soon as we had the information.
So, okay, so it was really an email, Mark. It was just an email. We never had a hearing on it or anything.
It wasn't in committee.
Yeah, it was never referred to committee. It was just an email.
Yeah, and I understand. I'm sorry, Mr. President, to interrupt, but I understand, Ethan, your point on this. But if it was not formally included as part of the budget submission and or a formal supplement to the budget, and again, I don't have the documentation in front of me, but what I'm hearing is that it may have been a request or a piece of information provided, but it does seem that it is likely a matter that would be more appropriate for a future supplement to the budget.
Yeah, and this only applies to Essex North, right, Ethan? It's just we can do it as a supplemental in October, can we not?
We can, yep. Essex is going up, Whittier's going down.
Yeah, Whittier's going down, so.
It sounds like you can bring Whittier down.
Yeah, you can always bring it down. Let's just bring that one down and come back on the other one.
Fair enough.
Okay, we'll just keep the record clean.
Thank you,
So
Mr. President.
There was thank you both.
No,
There was a motion from Councilor Tantar. Councilor Connell?
No, I withdraw that.
Okay.
I agree with the solicitor's opinion. He made the point that I wanted to make.
Okay.
I withdraw the second.
So Clerk Jones, you got the motion on Whittier? It's a cut.
I have a cut. What's the amount?
$22,306.
And that was seconded by Councilor Vogel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
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 Is there anyone, any opposed? No, that carries. Okay, that's it for the three schools, regional and human resources. Human resources, everyone awake, ready? Personnel services.
Motion to cut 37,913 from 51166.
51166, HR specialist. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilor Z, go ahead.
I've already stated my position on enhancing or adding new positions. Same thing here. This was an enhancement of an existing position.
Enhancement of existing.
Okay.
President, could we get the line item again? I missed it.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. So third one down, HR specialist. It's an increase in hours, I believe. It results in a 37,000.
Oh, okay. So it was item 51166. Gotcha.
166. That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone know what we're doing, and Matt Coogan, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to clarify that. I think we talked about this in the workshop. You know, there was a change in the personnel in this department when we shifted the payroll benefits coordinator to the treasurer's department. And by doing so, we felt it was important to add more hours to the HR specialist because that position now would be taking over much of the work that was shared with the payroll and benefits coordinator. I think it's especially important now with a lot of the paperwork that's associated with coronavirus and COVID and managing it, that we keep this position at this level going forward. We've been fortunate that our HR department it was created within a decade ago, and it's been slowly and surely becoming more sophisticated and more effective. I mean, this specialist will be responsible for many different aspects of HR, and it's an important line item to keep.
And it's going from its proposal is to go from 0.7 time to full time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion by councilors, debate on the motion? No, roll call.
Okay, this is a motion to cut 37,913 from 51166 HR. Councilor McCauley,
No.
Councilor Lane,
No.
Councilor Shan,
No.
Councilor Tantar,
No.
Councilor Vogel,
No.
Councilor Wallace,
No.
Councilor Zede,
Yes.
Councilor Devlin,
Yes.
Councilor Khan,
No.
Councilor Lane.
I think you called him out of order.
Already voted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was second in order there. I don't know.
Okay, Councilor Connell,
No.
Councilor Eigenman.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Any other amendments, personnel services? Oh, someone's groaning. Purchase of services. Supplies. Other charges and expenses. Okay. Insurance group. So that's all personnel services, insurance group.
Motion to cut 75,000 from 51,700.
51,700, that's the first item.
Hey, buddy. All right, second.
Any
My last
explanation?
cut, if that makes anybody happy. So This was just a line that we had cut $150,000, I believe. I looked at the actuals, and I know we had some savings this year that were reimbursements or turnbacks for insurance, but I think there's a little bit of fat here that can be cut. And if it's wrong, then it can always be restored with a transfer.
Okay, Matthew Coogan.
Thanks. I guess I just wanted to make sure to reiterate that the line item here, that proposed amount factors in the refund that was already provided to the city. And so the change is negative overall. We did have an increase in health insurance this year, but luckily part of that was offset by that reimbursement that the Ward 1 councilor mentioned. The budget was cut last fiscal year. I would consider that being cut to the bone. There's certainly not the wiggle room that there was before. With the uncertainty coming forward, I don't believe that. I think we felt, we felt pretty strongly, and Ethan can if he has anything else to add, that this budget is already fairly tight going forward to provide the health insurance for all our employees.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Thompson?
So the motion on the floor is to cut by $75,000?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 75.
So I don't know if I'd cut it the full $75,000, but I would support cutting it by the amount that covers any council health insurance, just to be consistent.
Okay, well, I'm the only one, so I don't know what that is.
I
It was
don't know
like
what it is.
15,000. Was it? If you had to guess, Ethan, how much is I pay like 6,000 a year. How much is it costing you to pay my health insurance for my children and me?
Okay, I can tell you for the HMO family plan, the annual cost to the city would be $19,937.
Okay, so why don't you cut 20, Charlie? All right,
There's a motion on the floor
Okay,
to cut 75.
so that's more than 20.
Yeah, I would.
I already said I'll give up my health insurance. I can write it in blood for you if you want.
No,
What do you
no.
want to do? What do you want to do, Councilor Z?
Let's take a vote on the 75. If it fails, you can make a motion for 20.
Okay, that's fair. You got a second, right?
Yes.
You did. All right, let's just do a roll call on the 75.
Roll call to cut by 75,000. Councilor McCauley?
Yes.
Councilor Connell?
No.
Councilor Shan?
No.
Councilor Tantar?
No.
Councilor Vogel?
No.
Councilor Wallace?
No.
Councilor Z?
Yes.
Councilor Devlin?
Yes.
Councilor Khan?
No.
Councilor Lane?
No.
Councilor Agaman?
Abstain.
Okay.
Councilor Tantar,
Motion.
did you? Yeah, it
Yeah,
fails.
motion to cut it by $20,000.
Second.
Second. Roll call.
Councilor McCauley?
No.
Councilor Connell?
Yes.
Councilor Shan?
No.
Councilor Tantar?
Yes.
Councilor Vogel?
Breaking my convention, yes.
Councilor Wallace?
No.
Councilor Z?
No.
Councilor Devlin?
Absolutely not.
Councilor Khan?
Yes.
Councilor Lane?
No.
Councilor Agaman, abstain?
Yes. No.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. I'm giving it up anyway. Anything else on insurance group?
Motion
Did that
fails, by
pass?
the way.
Oh,
Failed.
Okay.
well, you got me on tape. Anything else in insurance? No. Retirement system. It's just single item personnel services. All right. Enterprise funds. Water enterprise, personnel services, purchase of services, supplies, other changes and expenses, capital outlay, debt service, sewers, personnel services, purchase of services, supplies, other charges and expenses, capital outlay, debt service, harbor master, personnel services, purchase of services, supplies, other charges and expenses, capital outlay, and last but not least, debt service. Nothing? That is everything. So our practice is to take a recess so that the chair of budget and finance and Ethan can reconcile their numbers, make sure we have the right number, and we'll come back, okay? So I'll stay close. I mean, as soon as Ethan and Charlie are ready, we'll come back, okay? Thank you.
Good.
Councilor Eigenman, are you still on?
I'm still here.
We are in recess. I believe that Councilor Wallace would agree that given the late hour, we might not want to take up curb cuts tonight. We could take it out at a future meeting. You object?
No, I have no objection. Thank you for asking.
All right.
I know.
There's no urgency there, so.
No, I mean, I assume DPS will tell us if there's something.
Yeah.
So we can catch it.
If anybody from DPS is on right now, they can go to bed. I think that might be Diane.
Let's see. Yeah, Diane's on.
Sorry, Diane.
We still have 19 people. I'm proud of them. Hanging in there.
Started with 218.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Ethan. Frank Giacalone's still on. It's possible they just went to bed and left the screen on.
Was that the only thing that was next, was the curb cuts?
There
are a few items.
I had to look.
We can certainly keep, the one in planning development wasn't meant to come out anyway, so we don't need to go through that one.
Public Utilities has a few items. I don't know if they're time sensitive. Appointments.
They're just appointments.
Mhm.
I mean, unless someone wants to debate them.
The date all the way back to March.
You know, we often sent out for pizza during these late meetings.
I know, and it's all ruined now.
Yeah, makes it tough.
We have a letter in planning and development.
That's why I said that doesn't need to come out. It was meant to stay in committee anyway, so it wasn't meant to be in the consent agenda.
Okay.
I guess you would need to know when these appointments terminated.
Well, they terminated a while ago, so.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
In what department?
Water and sewer.
Sorry, wait a minute again.
Mr. President,
Yes.
do you want to come out of recess and deal with those appointments while we wait?
Wow, that's clever. I couldn't, there's no way I could have mustered that at this hour. Yeah, I do. It's a good idea.
So why don't we re-refer back the neighborhood and city services and planning development items back to their respective committees if they can't, I believe they came out in the consent.
Actually, we can't, I would need a motion to table first. Just a motion to table.
You're gonna come out, you're gonna formally come out of recess?
Well, is everyone here? Counselor Lane?
Why don't we have the clerk call a roll and then we'll know.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, he's checking a number for us.
Well, I think we're all on as
Just
long
an
as
idea.
Counselor Wallace is on.
I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I need the clerk anyway, though. Right?
Yeah, my apologies. My video on my computer is not working, so take my smiling mug for what it is.
Well, there was testimony. They wanted more smiling, so just, you're the designated smiler.
That's all you're getting right now.
That's right. That was one of those high school kids.
Yeah.
Good advice.
All right, that's like,
Yeah, so let me see. We just get to it.
We see you, Richard.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on for a second. Okay, Ethan, I have got it. The 121 as opposed to 115. Hold on. Okay, so tell me it's all filled in, isn't it? Not too good. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hang up. I'm back if you can hear me, and Ethan has emailed the order 206 all filled in. Shall I read the numbers into the record?
yeah, so let's come out. So we're going to reconvene. We're back in order. Clerk Jones, go ahead and read it.
The pertinent part of the order 206 reads further the following enterprise, I'm sorry, now therefore be it ordered the general fund budget for the city of Newburyport for FY 2021 be approved in the amount of $71,743,591.04, of which $32,072,563.76 is established as a school department budget for the same fiscal year. Further, the following enterprise budgets are approved. Water, $5,421,086.57 sewer, $7,515,294.77, and the Harbor Master Fund at $465,249.57. Further, the following sources are reserved: paid parking fund, $1,023,052.18 into the general fund. Water retained earnings, $171,322.49 into the water enterprise fund, and sewer retained earnings, $300,034.04 into the sewer enterprise fund. This represents the annual budget for FY 2021 as submitted by Mayor Holliday on August 18th as amended. Signed and sponsored by the entire council, which will need to sign it. And that is our budget order 206.
May I ask, how much did we cut in the aggregate?
Mr. President, the cuts totaled $115,928.
Okay. Counselor Zede has his hand up. Counselor Zede.
I have a question and a comment. Just for old time's sake, does the administration have any plans for the $115,928? Okay.
Counselor,
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Holliday, please.
sorry, tired.
Sorry.
Yes, we do need a mechanic at the DPS. That's been something that we've talked about since the budget was put together, and real concerns about snow and being able to fix trucks and plows and things. That would be a half-year budget. Certainly would look at any additional costs the school needs for the next phase of their reopening, and could submit a supplemental budget. I'm certainly willing to entertain recommendations if you want to send me emails, because anything we do going forward would have to be in a supplemental budget, and I'm certainly willing to entertain ideas from counselors about how to spend that money. And I'll let you know about the mechanic in terms of what that cost is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Z, did you have a follow-up or?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment before we vote. I probably won't sleep. Yeah.
Well, I want to give other counselors a chance.
Oh, sorry.
Any other questions before everyone knows what the numbers are and so on? It's a little awkward. We don't have our pizza. We don't have a piece of paper in front of us this time. Okay, go ahead, Counselor Z.
I just want to say that, it's the end of the night. We've had our chance to have our arguments. I probably won't sleep tonight, but I know I won't sleep tonight if I vote yes on this budget. That's my conscience. I have to follow that because I've not done that a few times in my career and I've always regretted it. And I had hoped we could achieve more in our conversation in the schools and trying to make headway on the tax rate. And that's my failure. And I cannot support this budget as it has been proposed. So that's my final word. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Other counselors want to make a statement? Want to give equal time? Okay. Call the roll.
We have a budget order. It was originally moved to approve by Councilor Tantar, seconded by Councilor Khan a few hours ago. Councilor McCauley.
Yes.
Councilor Connell.
Yes.
Councilor Shan.
Yes.
Councilor Tantar.
Yes.
Councilor Vogel.
Yes.
Councilor Wallace.
Yes.
Councilor Zede.
No.
Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Councilor Khan.
Yes.
Councilor Lane.
Yes.
Councilor Agaman.
Yes.
10 yes, 1 no. Budget order passes.
Thank you. Chair Tantar, was there anything else?
All done.
Thank you. Education.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm actually gonna, if you don't mind, if I could waive the rules, and I was not able to bring into the packet the acts of 1987, even though we did meet on it, and I was gonna motion to receive and file, but can I waive the rules first to bring that forth
Second.
tonight?
Okay, so there's a motion and a second by Counselor Z to waive the rule because it's not in the packet. I think that
so-
is a rule. Yeah, okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimous. You're rocking it. Keep going.
Great. So motion to approve, why am I not bringing it up now? But the acts of 1987, which was Order
Receive and
178.
file.
You mean receive
Oh,
and file?
sorry.
File.
Motion to receive and file. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? It is received and filed. Anything else?
Nope, that will be it. Thank you, Council President.
General government, nothing. License and permits?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Neighborhood to city service.
For those who were not listening in our conversation during recess, we're going to hold ordinance 50 in committee, bring it out at our next general meeting.
Thank you, Counselor. Planning and development.
We had voted to keep communication 257 in committee last week, so it wasn't meant to come out anyway, so nothing to report tonight.
Thank you. Public safety,
Nothing tonight, thank you.
public utilities,
Motion to approve appointment number 156 and number 166 collectively. John
Second.
Tomaz and Robert Cook to the Water Sewer Commission through March 21st, 2023.
we got a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion? Roll
Both
call.
of these are longstanding members. Okay, sure.
Yep.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Council McCauley,
Yes.
Council Connell,
Yes.
Council Shan,
Yes.
Council Tontar,
Yes.
Council Vogel,
Yes.
Council Wallace,
Yes.
Council Z,
Yes.
Council Devlin,
Yes.
Council Khan,
Yes.
Council Lane,
Yes.
Council Agaman.
Yes. Chair Z, you want to receive and file something?
Oddly enough, the resume had the same appointment number, so we treated them as one object in the
Okay.
committee, so
Yeah.
I consider it all disposed of.
Thank you very much.
You're
Rules.
welcome.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, good of the order. I'm not hearing anything. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? We're
Good.
adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.